Or joined by a guest here now.
Yeah, we've got Mr. Eric Wright. How's it going, buddy? How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing okay. I think we've had about the same amount of sleep over the last 24 hours, so I think we're both in the same boat.
Yeah, I could use a nice bed tonight.
Yeah. So you had a heck of a day here. So for those who don't know, Eric Wright is a personal friend out of Colorado. We've done some training runs together, had some fun out there. This is a former Tortoise division winner, overall winner. 22 hours that year. You've had a few experiences here.
Good and bad.
Yes, and that's what I kind of want to talk about is let's start with that. What have your experiences here at Run Rabbit been, and why do you keep coming back through the good and the bad?
Yeah, so 2022 was my first 100. Run Rabbit was my first 100, and everything went as well as you could hope.
Right.
Except for the weather. The weather was miserable that year. It was hailing and raining, and I was cold all night long. And then with my win, I came back and said, oh, well, I'll try my hand at a hare. So next year, came back as a hare, and it did not go as well because I tried to run as a hare versus how I would normally run. So I went out a little too hard. It was a hot day, and coming out of Fish Creek, I just kind of fried up in the sun, and
you had that polar opposite experience.
Yes. Yep. And so heat's kind of a little bit of a thing I'm not great at running in. So then this year, I was looking to do another 100. I haven't been able to train like I really wanted to, and I just love the race. The race directors are so amazing, and I was like, why not come back to do Run Rabbit one more time, but again as a Tortoise and run my race.
Yeah, I love that. I love that evolution in that story, and it's been fun personally to sit back and see that all unfold. Another thing that you brushed on a little bit was your training, and I think that it's very interesting because these are the types of interviews I love to do because it's great to hurrah, a great day out there and talk to the podium finishers, which you have been one before, you know what that's like, but now you're able to tell the story of this is what every day looks like for those professional and non-elite athletes, and this is how we show up to races, and this is how we get through it. And you did get through it last night, overnight, and that was amazing to witness. But let's talk about your training a little bit. I've been able to look through your training, and it hasn't been what I would consider a typical 100-mile build. Lots of time off in July and lots of treadmill for the last month.
Yeah, with my work schedule and being a dad, I just kind of lost the ability to run in July. My company was doing a big maintenance project, and I was working 12, 14 hours a week or a day, and just had no time, and especially wanting to be with my family. So I did one run in July, and it was pacing my friend at High Lonesome. And then
it's a good run.
Yeah. I had a great time. High Lonesome is a great race. That's another one maybe one day, right? But me and a group of friends do this competition every summer called Vert Boy Summer, and I was miserably behind the goal on Vert Boy Summer. And so heading into August, I had 48,000 feet of vert, and our goal is 124,000 feet of vert by Labor Day. There was no way I was going to be able to make up almost 80,000 feet in running around unless I'm just out there all day long. So to make up for it, I did a lot of tread sessions where I put it up to 15% and went 3.5 to 4 miles per hour and just did that. And I got about 90,000 feet of climbing in September or in August.
And that's a significant amount of climbing. I mean, that's definitely going to put some steel into your legs.
Yeah.
Oh, Chris, have you ever had that? I don't think I've had that in a year, let alone in a month.
No.
I'm curious how that translated into your race day yesterday, because you knew you were coming into this race not in your peak top form. Maybe not focused on replicating that 22-hour success that you had previously, but wanting to get it done out here. How did you feel that type of training translated?
So the way I think it translates really well is your hiking, right? I'm not
very specific, right?
Yeah, I'm not going to be running every step of this race, and if I can drop my hiking down from 17, 18-minute miles down to 14, 15-minute miles. That's very significant. And when things went a little bit south yesterday, I was still able to manage the 15, 16-minute miles while hiking.
Yeah. Yeah. So, I mean, it's maybe your top end speed wasn't there on the flats, but it seems like you almost made up for it on taking a lot of time out of hiking, which this is a course that is not known for extreme runnable flats. So it's not a javelina course. So hiking can be a pretty good weapon here. Now, you didn't have the day you wanted, but I don't think it was because of the lack of training quite as much as you had some experiences. And I don't think you know this, but I bumped into your pacer into the aid station just downstairs. I was setting up some cameras downstairs, and someone was trying to do tap pay on the vending machine to get some Sour Patch Kids, and the tap pay, like the Google Pay, Apple Pay, wasn't working. So I just pulled out my credit card, tapped it, and was like, yeah, get whatever you want. Like, wasn't even paying attention to who it was. And, oh, yeah, my runner's going to really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And, went on about my business. I was at the finish line when you came through today, and this guy came and bumped into me. He's like, carried the whole dang bag, and he ate 3 Sour Patch Kids the whole time.
But those 3 Sour Patch Kids got me out of my bunk really hard. So
I told him, I was like, as long as it seems like they worked, so they were worth it.
Yeah. But then later in the day, I couldn't eat them because my throat was just like the dust on the trails and enough tailwind, and your throat is raw. So
right. Yeah, and I think honestly that happens to me all the time with bottles. Just using bottles in general, that like sucking fluids in it is proven it does rupture a lot of blood vessels in the roof of your mouth. So that's why you feel like you kind of have that raw like hickey on the top of your mouth if you use bottles exclusively. But the more you know. But yeah, so it seems like it wasn't your day. The weather played into it. Like, take us through your day. It sounds like you sat down through some aid stations for quite some time, and then take me through that finish and how that felt.
So the day actually through 50, I was doing way better than I anticipated based on my training levels. And I think I was close to like a 23 to 24 hour pace. And then at Dry Lake, the rain came, and that rain was brutal. And it got cold really fast, and I put my rain jacket on, put all my wet stuff on, but it was already too late. I was soaked through, and by the time I came into Olympian, I'm not the biggest person, so that chill just got me all the way through, right? So I spent some time getting warm again because I was probably near hypothermia at that point.
Yeah. You and a lot of other runners down there.
Yeah. I was in the hallway and I was watching everyone doing the same thing I was doing. But my wife went in and like dried up my rain jacket and got me kind of changed and ready to go out there again. And so probably 30 minutes in Olympian for that to just get warm again. And then when I was coming back down, I overheated because all of a sudden the rain stopped. Temperature came back up. We're a little bit lower altitude, and I came in and I'm bonking because I'm just overheated and not eating enough. So lied down on the floor for probably a good 45 minutes.
Not your typical strategy.
No, it was not what I wanted to be doing, but I was able. Robert gave me those Sour Patch Kids. He gave me some tea and a pickle shot, and that seemed to get me back out on the course.
That got you going.
Yep.
I'm glad they came in handy, and the irony of me just randomly tapping a credit card so someone can get what they needed and it being you was just I love that full circle moment. That was great. I got just one or two last questions for you. One, are you coming back? Are you gonna end your Run Rabbit series on this, or are you coming back?
No, I mean I feel like 5 buckles would be better than 2.
I like that idea.
Yeah, they have the 500-mile buckle, right? So.
Oh man, of course you're gonna go for it. Well, I love to see it, man, and I'm proud of you for gutting it out as like a personal friend, seeing your training not be where you wanted it to be, having the kind of night that you had, the weather that we had, and you fought adversity. You did what got you to that finish line back in your first foray as a Tortoise winner. It might not have been the same time or the time you wanted, but that kind of grit got you there just the same.
Yeah, I think like just sticking it out and trying to problem solve on the fly was what made the day.
I think that's honestly, I think that is what created the finishers and the winners of last night. It's those who could manage. You got a friend now.
Oh, hi.
Pip's going to come congratulate you. Yeah, but it's those who could manage the day and manage the efforts and manage the blown up expectations out there were the ones that truly won out in the week.
And I think that's the beauty of this course, right? Like it on paper, it may not be, it's a great course, but the weather and everything else around here plays such a huge factor. And, I've run with enough people that are like, oh, I'll just come in and do that. It's not going to be, it'll be just no hard rock, right? Or something like that. And it is. The weather can be like just as bad as being out in Silverton on a hard rock weekend. And you will suffer if you treat it not as seriously as you should.
Absolutely. Well, last thing, for someone who's got so much experience here, what's the one piece of advice you would give someone who wants to toe the line here in Steamboat next year?
Don't go out too hard up Mount Warner. Be way below what you think you should do, because you're going to be going too fast even when you're like, oh, this feels comfortable. It's too fast. Slow down. The race can come back.
I love it. That is great advice. There's
That's
a great
fantastic
photo of you going up Mount Warner this year on the Aero Viper or the Mountain Outpost channel. So
yeah, I purposely sat in the middle of the pack because I knew it would force me to just chill out.
I love it. Well, that got you to those kind of decisions got you to the finish line. Eric, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it. Go rest, go recover, and we'll see you back in Golden.
Thank you.
Awesome.
Time to eat a hamburger.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Great job.
Seems like we had quite a few finishers there.
Yeah. We'll see if we can get caught up on that. I'm actually also doing a little bit of mining into the team competition, and you want to talk about a war of atrophy. Far more teams are out than in at this point. We'll see if we can get a complete rundown on that. But yeah, let's give some shine and some credit to those runners who have crossed the finish line in recent time. I think we left off at just after 30 hours, I think it was. I think we covered Jake Wyatt at 30:09. Kendra Erdmans, 30:22. Kay Brown, I believe a Grandmasters runner, 30:26. Brady Hargrove, 30:28. Heidi Bokamp, 30:30. John Trudell, 30:31. David Pease, 30:31. David Miller, 30:32. James Urey, 30:33. Jocelyn Watson. I know that there was some anticipation of Jocelyn finishing 30:34. Matthew Hamill, 30:36. And David Rissmiller, 30:37. That is in the Tortoise division. In the Hare division, our most recent finishers, John Cronenberger, 26:27, and Mac Robertson at 26:31. Got some other finishers coming in, moving well. Congratulations to them.
Dan Ryan sitting back down on a warm seat. Thanks, Zach, for keeping it warm.
Yeah, he was impressed by that cushion.
Dude, I'm telling you, everybody needs purple cushions.
I didn't even notice what color it was.
Well, they're made by a company called Purple.
Oh.
It's like the mattress company. But they make these cushions, too, because I hated the mattress.
So I'm trying to figure out the status of the team race. And according to my numbers, we had 18 teams start the race. And I can't even confirm this, but no less than of those 18 teams, 11 are out with at least one drop.
Wow.
Yeah. So I'm trying to figure out, and that's not including the fact that we've had a couple of runners who have not pinged or we've gotten information from in quite a long time that I was kind of thinking that they had dropped at this point, but I don't want to assume anybody has dropped without any confirmation. But yeah, the attrition in the Hares race, is that bib 584? Let's
584. Katsumi Kocha of, Edagawa-ku, Japan.
congratulations, one of our international runners.
Nice work getting it done. Seriously, great job. Katsumi. Another whole team of people coming in. Bib 772. Jocelyn Watson of Rancho Cordova, California.
That's Cole Watson's wife. Pro runner.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, no, she's awesome.
Looks like she had a big crew with her there.
Hope Cole was on point for crew duties this weekend. I didn't see him out here, though. Doesn't mean he wasn't here, but I just happened. Cole is actually a personal favorite of mine. When I really first started to get more in depth with regard to doing interviews and producing content, Cole was one of the first people I had a long form interview with, getting ready for Heavily 100 one year, and so I hold him in extremely high regard for. Oh, please, thank you. That's fine, thanks. I hold him in extremely high regard for giving me a chance when, at that point, I had no resume in this space to speak of. So
yeah.
I'm grateful for Cole, and congratulations to Cole's wife, Jocelyn, for finishing Run Rabbit Run.
Nice work. Here we got another finisher coming in. What's the number? Can't see it. Looks like the wind's starting to pick up again out there.
Yeah, and the sun is gone.
Again, shout out to our partners, H2 All and Altra. Or if they combine H2 Ultra.
Maybe develop a shoe with a little water pouch in it.
There we go. Put a QR code on them. Got some Mount Warner here. We'll have a look at the...
I'm trying to get information. So the Hares race did not have as many multi-time finishers. One exception to that was Celinda Heinel. Celinda had, I believe, 5 finishes at Run Rabbit in the 100-miler. And I haven't seen any evidence of her on the course in quite some time. Our last ping was from Summit Lake the first time around, but does not show an official drop. So I'm holding off on that, even though evidence shows that it's likely. But yeah, I'm really telling you, the team competition, just staying upright and out on the course, it seems like would
You're
have
going to
been,
get some money.
Yeah. I mean,
another 50-mile runner popped in there. Another 50-mile sprinting to the finish. The finish line's pretty nice here. They've got the burger tent. They got the beer tent up there on the curb. In that little fenced-off Altra area, you can grab a couple brews, sit in there, and hang out and watch your runners finish, which is pretty great. Honestly, it's a pretty fun finish line to hang out, have a good time, and wait for your person to come down Mount Werner. While they're getting rained on, you can chill and have a beer.
So here's what I know. Of 18 teams, I can confirm that Race Command has established that 13 of those 18 teams that started the race have had a drop.
Wow.
So only 5 are actually still, have both runners showing as eligible. However, one of those teams has a runner that hasn't registered anything in what would it be about 50 miles at this point. So I'm assuming there was a drop there, but I don't know for sure.
Or it could be a timing error. Maybe their chip failed in the rain.
And that's why I'm holding off. But the teams pay 3 spots.
Oh, man.
So staying upright
could have gotten you money.
Yeah.
Because what? It's $5,000.
25 or it's 5,000.
5,000, 2,500, 1,000.
Yep.
So I mean, just got to finish as a hare apparently. And get some money. We have seen that field shrink in recent, and I don't know if it's because people are more willing to pull the plug quickly in the hare field versus the tortoise field, right? So that's just shrinking on the team side of things.
Yeah, at this point, I assume that our finisher rate for the hares is going to be at most 50%.
Yeah, I bet it's going to be under 50 because people are going to hit that time cutoff. The ones who signed up as a hare wanting to go under 30 and just couldn't do it.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, looks like fog's moving back in on Werner. Are they about to get hit again?
So as of right now, we actually only have one team where both members are accounted for.
Is that Becca
Bramley and Brendan Trimboli. And assuming that he stays upright, Brian Condon is going to come in for the finish along with his partner, Riley Brady. Team Condor looks like they are firmly entrenched in second at this point.
So Brian has to finish in front of TJ for them to take the second place prize. And then...
Well, it's cumulative time.
Right.
So, I mean, Riley Brady finished several hours ahead of
Zoe
Rom.
Okay. So there's a little bit of a...
Let's see. I guess we could check to see where TJ David is at this point. Nope, TJ David dropped. Oh, wow.
Oh, good grief.
Okay, so yeah, it's Bramley Trimboli, Brady Condon, Jesse Schultz. Did you say Shannon Howell dropped?
Yes.
Wow. Elena, Jesse, and Ted Schultz. Ted Schultz dropped. I don't think I've ever seen anything like this in a race. So we might only have 2 teams eligible for the
Prize money. Wow. That's kind of funny.
Yeah, it's wild. That's out of 18 teams.
It's Bloodbath out there.
Yeah.
Why do you think there's more drops in the hare field than there is in the tortoise field?
I think it's just once you realize you're out of the money, your perspective changes.
Really?
And I've always been completely okay with high-level runners or elites dropping out of races. I know that there are some people who look at it as, maybe they're just not like they take a DNF or the idea of a DNF so much harder, but this in some cases is their livelihood, or they've got certain things they're trying to accomplish. Like maybe a finish at Run Rabbit as a hare is not like their bucket list item. Maybe they're trying to make a living in this race or this field. And I would assume that in the case of the teams, it's simply like, well, you don't maybe you think you're having a bad day, so you're not doing your team any good by continuing on. But as we're seeing here, just simply being part of a team where both members finish might have yielded a significant return on investment.
Right.
That's bib
118.
number 118. Brian Condon, the aforementioned teammate of our winner in the women's race, Riley Brady. So
They'll each get an additional
$2,500 or no, $1,250.
$1,250. Yep.
Yeah. So Brian Condon, I hope that hope it was hope he had a good time out there. But if not, he'll definitely have some extra cash to help deal with the pain.
For sure. It's nice to get that little extra purse when you come in. Probably not meeting the expectations of what he expected from the day, but still getting to a finish line, and huge respect to that.
Yeah, Colleen Condon in the chat cheering on Team Condor. I know we were hoping to chat with Riley after their master class at this race, but unfortunately, Riley unfortunately won't be able to join us. We will see her hopefully somewhere down the road. I was super excited to talk to Riley. The last time I saw them, they were wearing a lobster costume.
Okay.
At Haviland 100, and I was super excited to talk to them about that, but I guess I'll have to save it for next time. But you want to talk about somebody who's had a great last year or two, and that's Riley Brady.
Very true. She's had some amazing performances at some amazing events.
Yeah, I mean, the win at Javelina after previous second and third place finishes, Black Canyon, the win there. Now Run Rabbit with the win here. Western States didn't go very well, but for the most part, Riley Brady has had a lot of success over the last couple years.
And Western's just such a turbocharged event, and you have to know that you have to stick the heat, you have to stick the distance, you have to stick the pace. It's a hard thing to do. So
yeah.
Having a bad day at your Western States premiere isn't uncommon. I think we saw a few people like that this year.
Yeah, absolutely.
Who are we having in the studio? Coming up next.
I do believe we have some high finishers in the women's race potentially coming in.
Yep.
I don't want to give a verbal on them being, expected in just in case, but I have heard through our back channels that we expect a couple of high-placing women to join us here on the live stream.
Yeah, so stay tuned for that. We're excited to have those people on, and I think that you guys are all really going to enjoy the conversations that we have with them. Got people moving through a foggy Warner aid station, which has not been an uncommon sight today. A lot of weather moving in and out of the Run Rabbit Run 100 course.
The H2 all sky cam capturing runners coming down, and a little bit of the foggy skies.
It's getting spooky out there. It is almost that time of year for ghosts and ghouls and everything that is Halloween. I think I've spent the past 2 Halloweens at Javelina.
There are worse places to spend a Halloween. I've been going out to Javelina every year since, let's see, I ran it in 15 and 16. 2014 was my first year at Javelina, and I've been there every year since.
Wow. It's a great event. I mean, it's a really fun experience for everybody involved. It's nothing like the current race that we're witnessing here. We're going to go to a small ad break, so we will catch back up with you guys after.
Exhilaration. Euphoria. Running is dope. Experience a new high. Altra. Stay out there.
We're here at Run Rabbit Run, Steamboat Springs, here for the 100-mile race and the 50-mile race. I'm Chris Warden.
I'm Dan Ryan.
And we're going to do a quick little rundown on some of our recent finishers here at the 100-miler. I believe that we left off Ronnie Beatty, Brianna Coy, Katsumi Kocha, Chris Serbusek, Jackie Hill, Christopher Teets, Brian Kane, Alicia Kiros, Joe Price, Fabian Bruner, Lacey Scott, Max Odom, Jim Schneiderman, Nico Teller, Laszlo Belaw, Jennifer Baker, Alex Katschus, Scott Monesmith, Josh Bunkowski, Peter Graham, Kurt Wilson, Ben Scott, James Tropper, William Luter, and those are all Tortoise finishes. Recent Hare finishes would include, actually I think we just saw right before we took a break, Brian Condon and Nathan Huff. Of course, Brian Condon on the team with...
because this was definitely a redemption run for me, because I feel like the course was appealing and fitting to just my style of running. And so I was really excited to show up, and I had a dialed crew, which I really appreciated. And we had like come up with a general plan and splits, and I feel like my body felt well, and I was able to hold down food, which I felt really fortunate about. And yeah, just part of the execution was able to, like, in a way, the saying of like all the stars aligned today, for sure.
Yeah, of course, you mentioned last year you were here, but you were also here in 2023 where you won the 50-mile race.
Yep.
So
Yep.
you've had
I
a
ran the
lot of
50.
success here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
When you came back here for your redemption run, obviously your race last year, as you mentioned, kind of got derailed due to a wrong turn.
Mm-hmm.
That's not a fault in strategy or anything like that. When you were making and crafting your plans and strategies for 2024 and decided to come back in 2025, did you make any changes, or did you basically say, okay, this was working to that point, let's go back to the well and see how things go? Or did you actually say, well, I learned a lot in my first 50 some odd miles and decided this is how I want to change things? How did you change a lot? Did you change a little? Did you come out and do the exact same thing?
No, I would say this last year was a huge area of growth for me. I learned to read maps really well, honestly. And that was a huge thing. I mean, my partner Leland and I, like, just getting on Cal Topo, like, because we live in Durango. And so, like, I did a ton of long runs in the San Juans. And so I would just, like, get on Cal Topo and make maps. And I think that really allowed for me to feel more comfortable in the mountains. And so I would say, yeah, that was a huge area of growth for me, was just learning how to read maps. And nutrition. I think this last year I really dialed in my nutrition, because that was the other takeaway from last year. I just felt like I didn't have that dialed. I was, like, honestly kind of scared of running at night and just all of the elements that come with that. And so, yeah, this race I definitely came in calm and confident, and that was kind of my motto, or my mantra, so to speak, of just, like, it felt like a very different race than last year, and keeping the vibes high. I, like, wanted to be super positive every time I came into my aid, because I knew that was going to turn over into the whole day.
Nice. Now, when you were out there, obviously the weather is taking another turn right now for the people who are still out on course. What was your strategy when it started pouring rain on you guys? We were talking a little bit about it before you came on, but what were you thinking in that moment, and how did that affect the rest of your race?
I mean, Leland and I talked about it the night before of, like, if it rains, it rains, and just kind of embracing the weather. We can't control it. And so I think that was just why I was like, well, I have my raincoat, I have gloves, I have, like, warm clothes. But it definitely, I'm not going to lie, was a low. That was probably my low, just because it was so early into the race, and I definitely had a fear where I was like, is it about to be like this for the whole night? Because that was at, like, 7 p.m. So I was a little nervous about it just, like, being like that for the whole night and being wet and cold. But after it lasted maybe like an hour from Summit, a little bit past Billy's. And then, like, coming down the switchbacks to Dry Lake, I was able to, like, warm up, and it stopped raining, which was great.
When you're racing somebody such as you were racing Mary Denholm and Riley Brady out there, how hard is it to stay married to your strategy versus wondering how far they're ahead of you, or if you need to make a move? Is there any sort of impulse to try and alter your strategy, or are you just basically like, I'm going to stay the course, and whatever happens, I'm going to run my race and stay with myself? Can you discuss, like, what's going through your mind? I mean, obviously, one of the two people that you were following behind ended up calling it a day early, and you moved into second place, and you were very strong from that point on. And in a very secure position. But can you discuss like how much what's going on around you impacts your approach to a race in the middle of the competition?
Yeah. Well, I definitely come from more of like 50Ks and 50 milers. And so I'm very used to like starting off fast and like competing. And I know that's very different than like in a 100-mile race, is because even, you know, at mile 80, I was like, there's still 20 miles left of this race. So I knew like McKendry was behind me because I had passed her going up, back up to Dry Lake. But I think that was something I talked like with my partner beforehand of like very much being like in my own race and not getting caught up in Mary and Riley and their race. I think it's hard because I do just have that competitive drive and like want to start off fast with the ladies, but also know that like with this type of race, that's where it would burn me. And so having to like stay in my like composed and like patient, and knowing that this race, there's so many things, as we saw, that could happen during this race in 24 hours.
Switching back to, you know, the race strategy side of things, what was your fueling plan and like your nutrition plan like for this race?
So that was a huge thing that I've worked on this past summer, was just I eat a lot of precision and goos. I just like regular precision because it's just plain, but then I like to add some like flavored goos, and then I also like never seconds. So I was just eating, if I was eating I was eating like every 30 to 45 minutes, which was honestly pretty cool because I didn't know how my stomach was going to handle that for that long. Like I've done that for a 50 mile because I had done San Juan Solstice this summer. But I didn't know how it was going to last for like, 20 hours, and it was great.
And then one other quick follow-up question. You had mentioned the night and what, you weren't ready to go into the night. You were a little worried about the night. How was it? Did it turn out great, or was it worse than you expected?
No, I loved it.
Yeah.
I like 5 a.m., which is funny. I like felt very awake. And I was listening. I had made a playlist for this run, so I like listened to my playlist. And it was cool just to see like the stars were out, the moon was out. It was a perfect temperature. And that was kind of when it did start raining. I did just pop my AirPods in, and I was like, okay, I need to be in a positive mindset here, because if it chooses to rain, it's going to be wet and cold. But I have all of my equipment and the layers that I need, so. Yeah, I definitely surprised myself, though, that I enjoyed running throughout the night so much. I didn't think I was going to.
That's awesome.
But I loved it.
Well, now we have to ask, what was on the playlist?
Oh, a lot of different songs. I do like, there was Chapel Rowan. There was some Bruce Springsteen. There was, I'm trying to think of some of my others. I do like Rufus du Sol and like Big Gigantic. I have like a variety. It's like depends on what mood I'm in, which I kind of liked because like I felt like every song was like, I was like, oh, this is a great one. This is a great one. So it was fun.
I got a note from one of your crew members, Katie. She said you were channeling your dog's energy out there.
Oh,
Did you have to go into that space and channel Harper out there on the trail?
I actually didn't think about her, but Leland, my partner at one of the aid stations, was like, this is what she's doing right now. And she was like all cuddled up on the couch. And I was like, that looks nice. But yes, I mean, Harper, she's my sweet girl. And she's done a lot of my training runs with me in the San Juan. So,
nice.
Yeah.
So in addition to finishing second in the women's race, you were part of the winning team along with Brendan Trimboli in the team competition, that's an additional cash prize. Mm-hmm. Congratulations on that.
Thank you.
Is there anything that you added in terms of strategy there, or is it just basically like, I want to pick somebody who I think is going to run fast and somebody that I like? How does that approach or how do you approach that aspect of this race?
Honestly, I think it was just the fact that Brendan and I were both from Durango.
Okay.
And like we've both, like he's also lived in Durango for like 10 plus years. And him and I have like known one another. And then we knew that we were both doing this race. And then kind of just decided to be partners. But yeah, I think we like had gone for a couple runs before and like shared our one another's strategies. But pretty much at the end of the day, it was both of us just wanting to have a good day. So yeah, that worked out.
Well, you did.
Yeah,
You both
which
had a
was
very
great.
good day.
Yeah, totally.
So,
Yeah.
you got anything else there?
I don't have any more questions.
What's coming up next for you? What is on the race schedule? Or, well, I guess I know what's coming up, like in terms of like life things going on.
I know
we hear
everyone
everything.
knows
So
that we're getting married.
yeah, no, and congratulations
Thank
on
you.
that. You know,
Thank
this
you.
is definitely a nice added boost for that, I'm sure.
Totally.
But beyond that, beyond the personal aspects, you know, what's next for you in your running career?
I don't know yet. I had dabbled in Black Canyons last year, which was like Riley and I were actually talking about that because that's very much their element.
Yeah.
And it wasn't mine because I'm more mountain, like
That's all
rugged
downhill.
terrain. Yeah, and not desert fast speed. And so that was a huge kind of just, I think, like eye-opening experience for me and like different perspective of a race. But I mean, I have always had my eye, like I would love to do, Gorge 100K, in Oregon, right? I think
Yeah.
yeah,
Yep.
in Oregon. I mean, Canyons 100K. The goal for me is I would love to get into hard rock. So I'm kind of just starting to put in for that, because I run in the San Juans all the time.
Oh, yeah.
So I would love to do that race.
As far as places to run, the San Juans, I mean, you're not going to find any disagreement among
Yeah, totally.
the two of us. You know, we love spending as much time in the San Juans as possible. So
Yeah, but I don't know. I feel like I have like this kind of funny balance. Like I love speed workout, like I love speed runs and like being fast, but I also love like rugged mountains. I would also love to do, yeah, I mean, I guess kind of just, I haven't exactly looked at the schedule, but I'd love to do Gorge 100K and then maybe Canyons 100K in April, and then High Lonesome in Buena Vista will probably be my next 100 because I don't know, that type of terrain is very appealing to me as well.
well, you've definitely got the altitude
Yeah.
here and there. So
Mhm.
I think you're probably going to do very well. So
Yeah.
we look forward to seeing you there next summer in all likelihood.
Yeah, and I think a huge also like I feel like a race that helped was San Juan Solstice. I mean, because I did that in June, and you're up above 12,000 feet for like 10 miles of the race.
Yeah, that's one of those races that we see common amongst people. Like when we go back through their recent histories,
Mm-hmm.
it's one of the things that we saw is that you had the win at San Juan Solstice here this year,
Mm-hmm.
and the fact that it's in your own backyard, you know, probably made it even more appealing. You can go out and run a 50-miler and be back in your
Yep.
bed by that night.
Totally.
So, when you're out of Durango, do you actually go up to the Silverton area of the San Juans, or do you, for a lot of your running, or do you tend to keep it closer to Durango itself?
I would say like training for San Juan Solstice, I was actually more so in the La Platas,
Okay.
just because of the snow. But yes, I definitely would say, I mean, I'm like up every Saturday morning driving to Silverton to do a long run. It's just become pretty, like, I don't know, a part of our routine and schedule is just to like go on into Silverton, because then we like to backcountry ski in the winter as well. So Silverton, but we like don't want to live there. You know, it's like, it's a good in between.
I can see that. I
Yeah.
mean, Silverton, living there would be kind of isolated. I mean, you'd have to have
It's
a
a small
certain
town.
mentality, you know.
Yeah.
But it is gorgeous. It's a gorgeous place to spend. In my case, I try and get up there for anywhere from 7 to 12 nights every year.
Yeah,
So,
totally. And I feel like
Where
it's a
hard
very
rockers belong in the summer.
yeah.
well, I was gonna say it's a very different place in the winter versus the summertime for
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah, the only time I've ever seen Silverton in the winter is actually during a Mitsubishi commercial. They actually used the
cool.
main street of Silverton, and I'm like, I know
That's
that place.
Silverton, yeah.
But
That's awesome.
Becca, congratulations on a great weekend,
Thank you.
and congratulations on everything else that's going on, and good luck in the Hard Rock Lottery.
Thank you. Appreciate
you.
it.
Is this your first year putting in for Hard Rock? Or nice.
Yeah. With
All
this
it
race.
Starts with one ticket.
Starts with one
I
ticket.
know. Yeah, exactly.
Ends with how many more?
Yeah.
It depends.
Exactly.
You know what,
For
though?
some, many.
A couple more high-level results like this, it might nudge her up into certain other viewpoints. So you never know.
Totally.
You never know.
That Dale Garland guy. Yeah.
Hey, you know what? Success at Run Rabbit Run has definitely gotten the attention of certain people. So
That it has.
Yeah.
you never know what can happen.
Yeah.
Well,
Great.
Becca, thank you for your time,
Yeah.
and we'll see you soon.
Thank
Yeah,
you
thanks for
both.
coming on.
Yeah.
As we can see some more finishers coming across. It's a pretty good look for somebody that's maybe that might be a 50 miler. That's a 100-mile bib right there. Looks like the weather is starting to hold up again here. Hopefully this weather holds up for at least, all I'm asking for is about 3.5, 4 more hours for the rest of these runners.
I mean, if it rains enough on them, they won't have to take a shower.
That's true. They can just jump into the creek if
Jump
they
in the
wanted
creek,
to.
yeah. Spray them down with a hose.
Yeah, no. A shout out for Becca to Becca Bramley for joining us here on the Run Rabbit Run live stream, telling her story of not only finishing second in the women's race, but winning the team's race as well. So let's do some on-air math right there. You're talking about 8,500 plus 2,500. That's
8 plus 2,500.
8 plus 2,500. So
it's
10,500.
10.5. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
Pretty good payday.
That should handle the wedding cake. Some more finishers coming in. Let's give some acknowledgement to them.
Yeah. All right. Who all have we had finished since we had that great interview with Becca?
I will pull up our most recent finishers. Looks like we've had Max Odom, Jim Schneiderman, Nico Teller, Laszlo Belaw, Jennifer Baker, Alex Klaskus, Scott Moensmith, Josh Bunkowski, Peter Graham, Kurt Wilson, Ben Scott, James Tropper, Greg Griffinhagen, Mike Olson, and Sarah Dickies. Congratulations to them for finishing in the Tortoise race and the Hares race. Our most recent finishers are Elena Jesse, Jeremy Bonet, and Sean Green.
So next up, I believe we're gonna have Anthony Lee on to chat with us for a bit. So we'll get him queued up, and then oh my gosh, 2 babies crossing the river in her arms. Got another not a runner coming across.
Probably positioning themselves to take some photos of people. Oh, nice little leap right there. That's
like
good.
It hurt.
Yeah, you could tell on the looks on his face that that one kind of stung a little bit.
Oh, a lot of tender people coming
Please
across.
be
Just
careful.
walk through the
Yeah,
water. Just give up.
Just get your feet wet. I don't want to see somebody try and leap and
Bust their head.
yeah. I mean, you've done 100 and change. You could tell.
It's a 50 miler.
Oh, is that a 50?
I saw a green bib.
Let's pivot to the finish. Okay. So that chute that you can see coming straight down is where those runners are coming in for the finish. Let's see if we've got some recent names that we can share. Looks like Christopher Hannaford and Eric Kowalczyk. That gives us 144 finishers in the 100-mile Tortoise race. And we've got, in the Hares race, 46 finishers so far. A lot of attrition in the Hares race. So, yeah, come on over.
We're going to get Anthony Lee here on with us. Have a good chat. He's drinking some H2All, I see.
I mean, everywhere you go in the western part of the United States when it comes to trail and ultra running, you're going to see Anthony Lee. So It's just only appropriate that he's going to join us here. Anthony, welcome.
Yeah, thank you so much for having me.
Well, thanks for joining us. Congratulations on a pretty strong race out there. Was it the race that you had hoped for? Was it the race you expected?
Yeah, it was a mixed bag. Obviously, you kind of want to be on the podium here for the prize money, but I think weather changed a lot of everyone's day's plans, and it was just all about survival and getting to each aid station and then rewarming up and then fighting to the finish line. So, yeah, mixed bag for sure, and we can go into the details of that.
So what caught you most off guard with the weather? What was your low moment with the weather? Sounds like that had a particular impact on your day.
Yeah. So this was my third time here at Run Rabbit. I've done it in 2018 and 2022, and those years were 95-degree days. And yeah, when I was looking at the pre-race weather, it was like overcast, and I was just like, okay, we're gonna be in for some storms, and thankfully I had my shell in my pack, but I just didn't really sweat the small details in my drop bags with a base layer or gloves and things like that. So when the rain, it was drizzling at the start, and then I was just like, okay, the clouds are getting darker, and then it was kind of like UTMB this year, where it was just kind of seeing who was going to put on weatherproof gear. And I just felt like myself, I took a little bit longer to decide to do that. And by the time I did, I was pretty wet coming up Fish Creek to Long Lake and then going to Summit. So yeah, it was not smart, and I think I should have just bit the bullet, pulled out the jacket sooner. So I'm comfortable in mountain weather, but or Colorado mountains, but it just caught me off guard for sure, and it's lesson learned.
Can you discuss your fueling strategy out there? How did you approach this race, and were you able to stick to your plan? Were there any changes that you made as the day and weekend progressed?
Yes. So I work with Meredith Terranova for my nutrition, and we planned out precision, electrolyte tabs, salt tabs, and the Precision 90 gels with some caffeine mixed in, since I'm pretty sensitive to caffeine. So we did it every 20 minutes. I would just sip and nibble on the precision, and I would take a salt tab every 20 minutes pretty regularly for the time I was out there. And then, yeah, I think the weather really impacted things because I didn't have the gloves and my hands got frozen. So, yeah, I couldn't open up my Precision 90 lid, and then I had to resort to using my teeth to manually open it. Yeah, so it was really tough going to Dry Lake, and got behind on calories. But I think I pretty much stuck to the plan with my crew, and my coach was out here. So yeah, my crew got me dialed with everything, with my bottles and all the calories, but precision was my main source of nutrition.
Who did you have out here supporting you on your crew?
So I had my coach from CTS, Ryan Anderson. So he flew in on Thursday, and then Shea Aquilano So she was also on the crew, and then 2 buddies from Boulder, Derek Friday and Andrew Whittle. They're both runners in the community of Boulder. So yeah, they wanted to come out and support, and I'm really grateful that they were there. So there was like a car A and a car B, so they could see me. Well, they divvied it up, or yeah. So I had them at Summit for Andy and Derek, and then Shay and Ryan were at Fish Creek, Dry Lake, and Olympian. So yeah.
Yeah, I saw Shay actually here last night at Olympian. I didn't realize she was in town, and I asked her, what she was up to, and she said she was helping with you. And she seemed really upbeat about how you were looking after you came through the first time in Olympian. Was she selling it true, or was she kind of embellishing when she said, "Oh yeah, Anthony looks great"? Were you feeling great?
I was kind of upset at Olympian, but I mean, I had made up kind of a lot of time because I had messed up the entrance to Dry Lake previously. So I had like finished Flash of Gold, and then I entered like from the exit of Dry Lake. So I like backtracked and then got to the road and then entered regularly. Okay. So I like added 2 extra miles to my race. And like I didn't know, like I was in like probably 5th or like in the top 10, but I like lost so much time. Like maybe a few of the other hare males passed, and yeah, I was just like so cold. Like I was really disoriented, and my watch was covered by my hard shell, so I didn't hear the ping for like the off track. And like it was kind of like a really weird right turn, like bushwhack into the road there at Dry Lake. So yeah, I was kind of flustered, to be honest, and I like just charged down to Olympian, and apparently I heard that I like set the fastest like Emerald Mountain Loop compared to the race leaders, because I was just like kind of in a upset mood. But by the time my coach was like, you got to focus, and it doesn't matter, like it happens, and yeah, you're still in a great position. So yeah, I just recommitted to focusing on my race and just moving forward as best as possible with the conditions, and yeah, it worked out. So yeah, that's how my day kind of unfolded.
And how did you get yourself back into like a good mental headspace after taking that wrong turn and having to go through that?
Yeah, so basically my coach, Ryan, he was just like plugging some music. I have a playlist from previous years of Run Rabbit. So yeah, that has all of my favorite songs from like just EDM artists, and yeah, I just get focused. So yeah.
When comparing Run Rabbit to other Colorado mountain races, it seems like the common thread I'm getting is that people come in and underestimate this race over the years. And obviously you didn't do that because you run it multiple times, so you knew what you were in for. Do you think that that people underestimate it because they hear that it's not as technical as like a Hard Rock or a Uray, or do you think it's more so maybe it starts out lower than some of those other races? Like, why do you think that people come in here and maybe come away with a story that they just weren't ready for what they encountered here?
Yeah, I mean, you get a mixed bag. It's like you have the fall weather. Sometimes it can be really hot, like the previous 2 years I've run it, or you can get torrential downpour like it is right now outside again for these finishers. But yeah, it's Steamboat. It's like at like 6,500 feet, and then you have to climb the ski gondola up to like the Continental Divide, which is at like 10,000 feet, and then you're just high for like a lot of like 80% of the race before you have to like descend back into town. But yeah, there's like a fair bit of running, and then there's some technical bits with like Fish Creek Falls, and then like coming out of Dry Lake to like Billy's Rabbit Hole is like kind of like it's like bike trails, and like when you see it in the daytime, like I've scouted this course and I've seen it twice, but I've previewed it like in the last month a few times, and seeing it in the daylight, like these are bike trails, and it's very twisty and turny, and like your hips just get really wrecked. So you have to have like a lot more stabilizer muscle groups activated, and it's just a tough race because the weather changes, and then it's just like 4 steep climbs, mixed throughout the race. It kind of beats you up in all aspects.
Sorry, I got distracted.
I saw Pip kind of over there, but
He was walking away to investigate some dropbacks going on. What was your vibe towards the end of the run? Right, so there's a long section, maybe not so long now because did your crew go to Summit Lake?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What was your mindset going into that last stretch from Summit Lake to the finish? Was it high vibes, pushing through the terrain, or was it kind of a low mental place?
I was definitely in a low mental place. I just was working so hard, just to catch back up to the middle, top 10, because of my debacle. And then, my stomach kind of turned because I think I had way too many carbs and sugar. It was just too much, and I was trying to fix it with broth and some more salty things. But after I got to Billy's rabbit hole with the minimal aid, I had some chips, I had the broth, and I was with Grant Barnett, and immediately once we left the tent, I literally just yacked it all out. And then we had the 4 or 5-ish miles to Summit, and when I got to see the crew, I was just I need to reset. And they went up there twice essentially, and they were amazing, but I was kind of defeated, and I was just oh man, I have 20 more miles, and every time those last 20 miles have kind of gone that way of low morale. I mean, I definitely was focused this time, but it was still pretty low. My stomach was not in a happy place, and I think I maybe only had I was sipping on Precision, but I would yak it up, and it wasn't a great time. So
Well, it sounds like so it looks like you were pretty much neck and neck with our F1 Riley Brady for the very end of the race. Mm-hmm. Did you two share some miles together? It was more just kind of an independent thing that just happened to see one another out there.
Yeah, I was actually just looking back on the live stream after I finished, and I just saw that Riley was coming in behind me at Werner, and when I finished, I was oh, Riley's right behind me, and basically I think it was Leah or Tara on the live stream earlier, and they were oh, there's another person chasing after Anthony. We never saw each other. I was really struggling from Long Lake. It's a 9-mile stretch to Werner. So I was just kind of running everything that I could, and but I was moving still very slowly, and I was almost out of water. And so when I was seeing the 50-mile runners come, I was asking them how much further, and I had no clue Riley was actually behind me, and I was really surprised, and when I saw the live stream after I finished, I was oh, okay, they were really
it was
close.
Boom boom.
Yeah, it was I was because I was just I was in the aid at Werner finicking with my bottles because I couldn't get the lid open to get my last liquids for the descent, and I didn't know that they were that close. They closed really hard.
Yeah, they hit Werner about 15 seconds after you.
I didn't even I knew I was really worried that 8th place was
which is
male.
a huge deal in this race.
Yeah, totally, because I've missed out on I was 9th here in 2022, and I was okay, I want to be kind of on the prize podium.
Yeah, absolutely.
And yeah, so it was just like I was just looking behind. I was like, are they close? Like I knew I didn't know if Grant was still behind me because like he left with me from Billy's to Summit, and like I was just like not feeling good, and I thought like the other guys were closing. Literally, I didn't know that Riley was behind me. So
because you're in that 6, 7, 8 range,
Yeah.
and anybody that passes you could cost you
Yeah.
a significant amount of pocket
Right.
money, you
Yeah.
know?
So like when I was going to Long Lake, like I caught Craig Hunt, and he was like having a really hard time, and he was like in 6th, and then he was like, oh, you're in 6th now, and then I was like, oh, sweet, but I was still kind of like not feeling great, and I was like, I don't think I can hold this for 15 miles. Like this is going to be a really rough, like 2.5 hours at best, and then I got passed by the 6th place guy. I forget his name. He's new on my radar now, but I was just like looking over my shoulder at like Werner, but then I was just like, all right, fill up my bottles and then just jet down. So it was all I was just like, all right, you have 5-6ish miles, like you just go hard. Yeah.
So now that you've had this experience here for the 3rd time here at Run Rabbit Run, what is next on your calendar?
I don't have anything for the rest of this year. I'm taking some time off. Like, I feel like I had some PTSD from this race after that weather storm. But next year, I mean, I'll enter the Western States Hard Rock Lotteries. I have like 128 tickets in states, and like, I don't know.
That's more than me.
60, yeah, I'm like 7 years in or something, and like 5 years in for Hard Rock. And then, if those don't go well, I'll do the golden ticket circuit. So I'm going to Black Canyon and Canyons. I think like I'll probably do some other Hard Rock races. I've kind of like checked off most of them like over the years. They're really tough, and they always give me good experience and challenge me. And then if I don't get into Hard Rock, I'll probably be out there crewing again for someone and keep up my streak of 100% pacing there. So, but nothing else for the rest of the year, just training and, take a family trip to Japan in October.
Nice.
So,
Nice.
Well,
Anthony, congratulations for getting it done here. As mentioned, it was a mixed bag, but you did come away in the top 7, which is a very important thing in this race, is that enables you to walk away with a cash prize. And best of luck to you. Get some rest. Enjoy your trip. And I know I'll see you at Black Canyon, Hard Rock, etc. But again, congratulations on a weekend well done.
Yeah, thank you so much for being out here, and everyone behind the scenes. Like, it's incredible, like how much you guys put and invest into our sport. So really such a pleasure to be here.
Awesome.
So thank you.
Anthony Lee, folks, joining us here. Finished our M7 this weekend, 7th overall rather, and came away in, I believe, with a $1,000 cash prize.
I think 500.
$500?
I got my race registration, so something like that.
You know what? If it pays for itself, you can.
Exactly.
That's a pretty solid
I mean,
get.
if Paul wants to give me 1,000, I will accept it. So.
But well done. Like I said beforehand, if you're familiar with this sport and have attended any big events on the West Coast of the United States or in the Rocky Mountains, you've probably seen Anthony Lee either racing, crewing, pacing, or just hanging out, having a good time. So one of the cool ambassadors of our sport, and somebody that loves it, living the race life as much as competing. So. Thanks. You're good. You're good.
So much, Chris.
Oh, no problem. No problem.
Have you guys gotten some sleep?
Some?
Yeah.
Some? Yeah. Let's give a shout out to some of our recent finishers here in the Tortoise race. Looks like we had Kevin Flannery finish in 32:04, Jacob Robeson 32:06, Aaron McCumber 32:06 as well. Michael O'Bara, our type 1 diabetic runner that we interviewed pre-race. You can go and see that on the Mountain Outpost YouTube channel, finishing in 32:07, keeping his finish streak intact. As we mentioned, Michael O'Bara, for a type 1 runner, has never DNF'd, and if you're thinking that he is not running the hard stuff, he's run this, he's run High Lonesome, multiple Hard Rock qualifiers, so congratulations to him for toughing out, as you could hear from Anthony Lee, a very rough day weather-wise. Nobuka Seo and Shannon Meredith are our most recent women finishers in the 100-mile Tortoise race, 32:07:46, 32:08:34. And on the hare side, I'll check to see if we've had any more finishers. Looks like we have another finisher here. Is that 5:74, perhaps? I'll get a confirmation on that, but I think that was 5:74. Thanks, Jorben, for the dual shot there. Looks like we had John Beck finish in 32:15:36 and Kyle Kuzmic in 32:16:29. Of course, we're starting to see the 50-mile finishers pour in as well. Trying to keep up with them is a little bit trickier because they are moving a lot faster. And there's a whole lot of them. Of course, the 50-miler here at Run Rabbit was the original marquee distance prior to them creating the 100-mile race here. Right there. Of course, okay, you've got the finish line on the left, and you've got Mount Werner 8 on the right. That's about 5.8 miles from the finish. And not only is it 5.8 miles, but it's about 4,000 feet of descent. So it's if you've got legs at this point, you can take advantage of the fact that you've got this massive net downhill the rest of the way and maybe even enjoy the rest of the experience. But it also looks like it's kind of gnarly weather-wise up there. It looks like some fog has rolled in to Mount Werner. So maybe a lot of these runners are just going to kind of cruise in as they head down the mountain to the Steamboat Springs ski resort. Runners have about 3 hours and 42 minutes to finish at this point. We will be staying here through the golden hour and capture as many finishers as we can. Chris Warden here with Dan Ryan, and it looks like we're going to be bringing the car into the garage here the rest of the way. Shout out to Jorben behind the scenes, who is back behind the glass and producing the show, keeping us on the air. Yeah, I guess I'm not a fan of this kind of weather myself. That's why I moved from the Midwest to Phoenix. But at the same time, I understand that, you know, it has some value to it. Well, and it's also just, like, I'm not used to cold rain on a personal level. It's just not something that I deal with in my daily life. When I'm up in Flagstaff or maybe up in high country in Arizona and it starts to rain and it gets down into the 60s and 50s, I don't handle it well. I get very cold very easily. Of course, that's probably why I don't do any mountain ultras. I've done, you know, some long hikes and some shorter, some sub-ultra stuff in Colorado, but I've never done any ultras in the state of Colorado. So love spending time out in the San Juans, going up and hiking segments of the Hard Rock course, but but anytime I'm above 10,000, 11,000 feet and the weather turns, I'm not enjoying myself. But these runners, those who have been adequately prepared for what they were going to face this weekend, kudos to them. I do feel like a lot of runners yesterday, when it was clear and kind of warm, did not adequately pack for a swift change in elements, because it came in fast yesterday. It went from sunshine and a beautiful backdrop to all of a sudden massive buckets of rain being dumped on runners, and cold rain, and in the high country getting down to very cold temperatures. I saw runners having difficulty trying to put on and take off their gloves at aid stations, and maybe runners coming in basically with the same race layer they started the race in, when I know full well that it was like 55 and raining hard out there. So that was something that I observed yesterday. I think that those people who are still on the course are armored properly. So I hope that we see many finishers between now and 9 o'clock tonight. 9 o'clock is actually an hour later than it used to be for the finish of this race. It used to be 8 p.m., but Fred decided that he wanted to see the leaders finish in daylight, so that's why the race got pushed back an hour. So because the fastest runners tended to finish just before sunrise in years past, and now they finish basically as the sun has just barely been up. So I think it's a cool change for them to have made. Yeah, there's been a lot of carnage in the Hares race here. A whole lot of DNFs that we've confirmed and a whole lot that we haven't confirmed, but can kind of make the assumption in those cases. Recent finishers in the 100-mile Tortoise race include Andrew Pickerel, 32:17:34, Sean Quinn, 32:18:43, and Scott Rubenstein, 32:19:46. So these runners that are coming in, if they're coming in with a pretty good stride, odds are they're a 50-miler. And they started their journey at 6 a.m. this morning. They are approaching the 12-hour mark. They have a fairly different run than 100-milers as far as the course goes. Yeah, I don't know if in the 3 years that we've covered Run Rabbit here on Mountain Outpost, I think that this is the year where it's been a most sustained cloudy and rainy time. I mean, I know we've had rain here. I know we've had, some pretty inclement weather, especially up high, but this is the first time where the majority of what's going on happened to be cloudy like this. You want to have a seat? How you doing? You're live? Yeah, we're live, but you can come on and have a seat. Just grab a seat on the couch and grab that blue mic. I mean, it's becoming kind of a tradition that when you win a big hilly race that you come in and we have a chat. So you just grab the blue microphone and we'll have a conversation. We are here with our 50-mile winner, Ryan Raph. Congratulations on a weekend well done and a new course record, one that had stood for 15 years.
Thank you.
Congratulations. How you feeling?
Good. I mean, better than I thought. Yeah, I pushed that last downhill pretty hard, so my quads.
Yeah, you did.
Holy crap.
That was one thing that we could not stop. If you go back and you watch, you leaving Warner Aid blew our minds.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
You were moving so fast, and we were like, well, he needs to probably run that final 6 miles in 40 minutes or less to break the CR, and you did it in like 35, 36.
Yeah. I actually didn't know, like, I wasn't looking at my watch at all, like, for time-wise, like, just for the course. Like, I had it downloaded, but I didn't know, like, I knew in my back of my mind that it was 7:09, but I didn't know if I was close or far. I was just, David, my coach, told me to just hit the downhill hard, get that stimulus for the downhill. And my downhill legs felt great. Like, climbing, I didn't feel so good, but downhill felt really good, so I just went for it.
When you came out of the Warner Aid Station, what was on your mind? Just hammer that descent as quickly as possible?
Yeah, I was kind of just happy I was done with the climbing, and yeah, I knew it was all, we came up at the start, so I knew it was all just like dirt road, like very runnable, and yeah, I just kind of wanted to get rolling on it, and yeah, I felt bad because some of the 100 people were like really having a rough time, and they're like, this guy still has legs, and they're like, probably looked like I was showing off, and so, yeah.
How many people, and that is just one of the aspects of this race that I think is kind of cool, the fact that the 50 milers and 100 milers a lot of times tend to finish at the same time. Did you actually hear some of the people who were finishing up, or, their 100-mile journeys as you would go by, just like, oh my goodness, holy crap.
Yeah.
Was there a lot of that?
Yeah, there was, and sometimes I would turn around and say, I'm doing the easy race, or I'm doing the 50, because like some of them would be confused, or like, did this guy just walk the first half of the 100 and then start rolling?
Yeah.
But like I was like, no, I'm in the 50. Like, don't worry, like you guys are doing great. Like I have a much shorter race, and but yeah, it was great to see them and like cheer them on and stuff, and the 50 milers too, like that were going out when I was coming back. It was great to have all of them being like, great job, like it was good energy. So.
Ryan, one of the things about your race today, I mean, obviously from start to finish, you put on a clinic here, but you created separation from the pack so quickly. I mean, by the time you got to the top of Warner heading up, you were already like 8 minutes ahead of second place there. Were you running your race, or was that basically just, like what you planned to do ahead of time, or was that based on feel? What got you out to such a quick lead? How did you approach this race?
Yeah, I knew that I wanted to create a gap, and I didn't really see a point in staying like with people early if I knew like I wanted to, just kind of rip or as much as you can at altitude. But yeah, like I actually almost like took a wrong turn at the beginning because I was like out front, and the map downloaded from like the website like wasn't the same as like the course because of like I think construction or like what I had put on my Sunto, like it wasn't the same. So that luckily this guy was like, hey, it's actually this way. But yeah, like I think it was just like my plan was just to lead gun to gun and not let like other people think that they had a chance. I guess that sounds really cocky, but like that's not like I just I knew there'd be a gap, so like why not just make it from the beginning? Yeah.
No, I mean, sometimes in that kind of situation, giving a rival hope can be a little bit dangerous for you.
I mean,
I've talked with people conversely who have raced with you toe to toe. I mean, after Crown King, when we were out there talking with David Roche, his whole mentality was like, all right, I just need to hang with him. And then that final climb up to Oro Bell, I can run him down. I can reel him in. And then he saw you, he's like, I can't reel him in.
Yeah.
So, no, I mean, that's totally understandable that you want to basically dictate what's going on in other people's heads.
Yeah, for sure. It is a mental thing too. Yeah, like if I had stayed around, they might think, oh yeah, like maybe he's just gonna let us hang, So, yeah, it's not a lot of races where I can do that because usually there's people that are faster than me. But when I get the chance, like I'm not afraid to lead. So, yeah.
So what was your? We've been asking a lot of people this today, but what was your nutrition strategy headed out today?
Yeah, it was. I planned for about 100 grams of carbs an hour through like liquid and some gels. I'm using Hyperlight, like my nutrition sponsor, but they don't have their gels yet, so I was using a little bit of precision gels, and but yeah, like I think I took a little bit less carbs than I thought I would because I think at altitude it's harder to fuel, at least for me. So like I went a little bit less than 100 grams an hour. I think I had to probably do some math and see like how much I didn't take, but somewhere in like the high 80s or like 90s grams per hour, and then have some plain water and stuff, but nothing crazy, just pretty standard stuff, high carb.
It's interesting that you talk about the elevation here because you're a Flagstaff guy. And I mean, you've got Eldon and Humphreys right in your backyard. I would have assumed that would have been one of the things that kind of played to your strengths.
Yeah. I think it was just like the amount of time spent at like that 10,000 like feet. Because like a lot of times in Flagstaff, you'll go up to like Eldon or Humphreys, but then you go straight back down. Yeah, and here like once you got up Werner, it was like the rest of the race was basically high elevation, and that's a lot of time to be running that elevation. So I was like trying to roll a little bit, but like it still felt like I was jogging because like of the elevation. Like I was never like clicking off like 630s or whatever, like what you could do at sea level, like a Sonoma race, like sometimes. But yeah, the high altitude, it's a game changer for sure.
So you ran the 50-mile race today. Everybody who's just tuning in, this is Ryan. He's here. He won the 50-mile race in a course record fashion. When you took off today, did you want to set the course record?
No, I think I was just running to win. Like I wasn't sure if the course record was like the same course every time. I wasn't really like positive it was a 7:09. And I don't really race ultras for times most of the time, unless it's like a big race and like I was going for something, like, so here I was just, the main goal trying to win, do a tune-up race for another race I've got next month, Kodiak. So also kind of just like scope out the course if I ever wanted to come do the 100. There's some overlap, not a lot, but check out Steamboat, check out the trails. The course record was kind of just a bonus that happened. So
you mentioned Kodiak. Are you talking about the 100-miler out there?
The 100K.
100K. Okay.
Yeah.
Because I was going to ask you, in the last couple of years, we've seen you on the Golden Ticket circuit, going after that as a target.
Yeah.
Are we going to see you on the Golden Ticket circuit this coming season at all?
Yeah, I'm hoping to do canyons.
Okay.
Yeah. So I usually take like one swing at it. I'm not going to be the one going to all the Golden Ticket races, but canyons is the goal.
Okay. Are you gonna, when you're in your lead up to Kodiak from here, are you going to taper hard, or are you going to be business as usual when you get back to Flagstaff?
It's a little interesting. Like off this race, I'll take a little break, and then it's like, okay, we've got a couple weeks. I'm not sure yet that far out, but I think probably just like a normal taper. I don't think I'll go hard because like I want to be pretty rested for that one. That's like one of the main focuses of this year for me. So
anything else you wanted to ask?
I do have one other question. So you're running the Kodiak 100K. Is that that's a UTMB qualifying race? Is that your goal for running that one?
Yeah. The main goal is to get top 10 and qualify for CCC. Yeah, it's a new major, so yeah.
Very cool.
Yep.
Have you raced in Europe before?
I have not. Yeah, I was tentatively planning on going this year because I qualified at Canyons last.
That's right. You got ninth
year.
or so.
Ninth.
Yeah.
Yeah. And we just had a kid in June, so we thought it might be a little young for him to take a trip to Europe, and obviously we couldn't leave him at home or anything. So decided not to do it this year, but gonna try to go next year and get over there. I just raced in the States, so it'd be really cool to get over there and do that and have that experience.
Very cool.
Well, Ryan, thanks for joining us again. Congratulations. This is not the first time I've had an opportunity to talk to you after you blistered a course record, and let's do more of it in the future.
Yeah, for sure. I hope so.
Awesome. Thank you
so much.
Ryan Raph, Flagstaff crusher, so to speak. I mean, and Dan, we talked about this as we were watching him head down the mountain. It was like the amount of holy craps that were going through our head as he was just absolutely the speed, the turnover. It was all of it was Like he looks like he's just out there on a sprint.
Looked like he was descending from. He was doing like your family's turkey trot.
Yeah.
Like he was just out there, absolutely ripping towards the end of the run, and it was. I was.
And those were miles 45 to 50.
Yeah, it's insane. I can't wait to see what he does at Kodiak, and since this was a tune-up race, I expect big things.
Absolutely, yeah. And also Ryan's just such a nice guy. He's still very young, only 25, I believe, but definitely building up a pretty stout resume to this point in his career. We're going to take a quick break here and pay our sponsors. This is the Run Rabbit Run 100 Mile presented by Altra and H2 All.
Focus. Exhilaration. Euphoria. Running is dope. Experience a new high. Altra, stay out there.
Hey everybody, we are back at the Run Rabbit Run 100 here in Steamboat Springs, Colorado. I am Dan Ryan.
I am Chris Warden, and let's give a quick rundown of our recent finishers here at the 100 mile. Let's start with the Hares race. It looks like we had Billy Eckert come in 28:38:58, and Jordan Wergiles 28:43:12, and running down the Hares, see if I can give you those names. I might be repeating a couple, but I don't think anybody would mind. Andrew Pickerel, 32:17. Sean Quinn, 32:18. Scott Rubenstein, 32:19. Paul Smith, 32:28. Andrew Fullerton, 32:32. Phil Allen, 32:38. Brian Webb, 32:40. Langley DeWitt, 32:41. Ryan Raph, 32:41. Cole Hoffman, 32:43. Amanda Simpson, 32:47. Tyler Kempkes, 32:47. And Megan DeMichelle, 32:48. Oh, Noah Murphy, 32:49. And Catherine Kalki, 32:50. This is about the time range where you finished. Is that right, Dan?
No, I finished in 30-something.
Oh, okay. I thought you were a little bit beyond 30 simply based on the buckle discussion we had earlier, but okay.
Yeah, no, I was not under 30. I was at 30, 33, or 31, 30, or something like that. I honestly don't remember. If somebody wants to go fact check me and look at my Altra sign up, go for it. But I'm not ashamed of my times.
Well, I'm gonna go look it up now.
I hope it wasn't like 33 because I really don't remember much. I'm a mediocre runner at best.
At least you're comfortable
Saying
with
that?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I'm garbage.
Okay, no, let's not say that. You said you ran it in 22, correct?
Yeah.
Tortoises. Dan Ryan, 31:23:27.
31?
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
31:23. So, yeah, about an hour faster, hour and a half faster than these runners.
Yeah. I knew I wasn't pushing any cutoffs. Like, I knew I was safe and I could just walk down from the Warner aid station and it was all going to be okay. My IT band was absolutely shot at that point in time. And it was just a death march down to the finish. which I'm sure some of these people are going through. Right, we'll see some.
Absolutely.
We'll see some long times down from that aid station, and those people are just kind of going through it.
Some finishers still looking good. Thanks to all the people that have come in for discussions of their races today. We've had Becca Bramley came in. We had Anthony Lee come in. We had Jesse Rich, John Harrison, JP Giblin. We had Eric Wright come in as well to talk about his finish. We had Ryan Raph.
We did have Ryan Raph come in.
So thanks to all of those runners who have come in to share their experiences. We also had some other guests in the studio, some who we expected and others we did not. Brian Coolmo has joined us for some time here in the studio. Hannes Gehring was in here. I have to admit, Dan, that's one of my bright spots of the weekend was hanging out with Hannes.
Oh, I love hanging out with Hannes.
With everything he's gone through in the past couple months. For those unfamiliar, so Hannes Gehring, I'm not going to go too far inside the weeds here, but I'll just share what I think is fairly common knowledge that Hannes had a freakish injury leading into Hard Rock and ran Hard Rock, but unfortunately had to pull out due to this injury, this situation, and ended up having to get care. Super glad that he was able to join us here, and it just makes me happy to see him back around the trail and ultra running scene because want to talk about one of the good guys in the sport.
Ooh,
that's some nice energy right there for a finish.
He should have ran harder earlier.
I've thought that about times where I've come in, maybe running a little bit harder to get the nice looking finish line photo, but that
was a lot of energy coming through there. There's a picture of me coming through here just with an absolute grimace and a lean. I've never jumped at a finish line for fear of shattering an ankle. But no, it was what Hannes went through at Hard Rock this year. I mean, he had 128 tickets in that lottery, and he got in, but then he just had that freak infection in his leg that took him out at Telluride. One of the best dudes I know, too.
Yeah.
So I feel horrible for him, what he went through, and hope that he's recovering. I know he's had even more difficulties with recovery from it, with that infection returning in his leg multiple times.
And it's like a spider bite or something to that effect. It was just like I said, the most freakish thing imaginable. But it sounds like he's on the mend, on the road to recovery, and can't wait to see him out towing the line at some future stuff. Definitely, just again, such a good guy. The pride and joy of Crested Butte, perhaps.
Yeah. I got to know him last year during this live stream.
Mm-hmm.
So seeing Anna's come through and talk to us and hang out and talk D1 athletes and everything that he's gone through, it was a super cool moment, and it's fun just having people pop in and out on the couch.
So that was actually, I knew who that was who just crossed the finish line. That was Alyssa St. Laurent, Canadian runner. Alyssa has had huge success at this race before in years past. I know has finished on the podium. She finished second in 2021, wins at Grindstone 100 mile in 2023, Kodiak 100K in 2022. Coming back to Run Rabbits. So, had second place in 2021, second place in 2016 as well. Top 5 finish at Western States, win at Cascade Crest amazing runner, and congratulations to her for finishing. I actually met her in Silverton one year. She was up in Hard Rock crewing, and so congratulations to her.
Yeah, great work getting out there. Hopefully she puts in for the lottery and just continues to increase those lottery odds for the ladies side of the race. I think that's a great policy that Hard Rock has in place there to help promote women on the start line.
Absolutely. Carol asking if we're going to have Arlen Glick in studio. As far as I'm concerned, and I think Arlen would know this, I think I am entirely within my boundaries to call him a pretty good friend at this point. Arlen is always welcome to come in and chat with me. And everybody else in the studio just nodded. No, he's truly one of the great guys in the sport. Always, whether the cameras are on or the cameras are off. I mean, I've had nice conversations with him while at big tables full of runners. I've had conversations with him when he's tucked under a blanket at Desert Solstice and trying to warm up after a day didn't go his way. He's always been available, open, and Arlen, if you're watching, if you're listening, you're more than welcome to swing by Olympian Hall if you feel like it. We'll be here till 9 o'clock. So, yeah. Arlen, again, congratulations and welcome back to the competitive trail running scene.
Yeah. Arlen, yeah, for sure. If you hear this, come on. I remember seeing him at Hard Rock when he had finished, and he was laying on the couch. I don't know if the guy wore sunscreen. I was a bit worried. I was like, oh gosh, he looks like he got a little bit baked. But I remember him, a couple other guys were just laying on the cots in the gym, and it was pretty funny to see all those elite runners. I think he was running a lot with Colmo during that one, actually.
Yeah. Well, and Arlen, his story is so great. He's another Ohio guy, just like you. I mean, you guys are practically the same in every possible way. But Arlen, I remember hearing about this East Coast guy that was just going out there and shredding course records and 100-mile races and winning them all, dropping down times that were in the, sub 14-hour range for 100 milers. And we're like, wow, this guy must be, pretty big. And he didn't have a social media presence at all at the time either. But I do remember that when he came out to Javelina for the first time, the curiosity level was at such an all-time high. We're like, okay, how's this guy going to do with a pretty competitive field? What he's going to do is he's going to win. And then it's like, oh, well, let's see what happens at Western States. And he goes out and he finishes in the podium.
Yeah.
And then it's like, oh, well, let's see what happens out in the mountains at Run Rabbit. Well, he finishes on the podium.
Right.
And then it's like, oh, well, let's see what happens when he finishes or when he comes out to Hard Rock and he finishes top 5.
Yeah.
And then he comes out, oh, well, let's see what happens when he pushes himself to 250 miles at Cocodona. He finishes on the podium.
Yeah.
Like every time now I stopped doubting Arlen from the moment I saw him at Javelina.
Yeah.
But anybody who seems to think that Arlen is not like an absolute world-class ultra runner at the highest levels, you keep doubting him, and he keeps proving you wrong. And anybody who doubts that Arlen can, come back to the highest levels of the sport from his recent layoff due to injury, he's going to prove you wrong.
Yeah, world-class ultra runner and world-class guy for sure.
Absolutely.
I remember hearing about him. It's like this guy from Ohio, and I'm like, well, if there's any Buckeyes out there, I'll hit him with an OH, but just got to throw that in there, right? But
currently winning.
Yeah, currently winning, and is just super. I was super stoked to see a guy from Ohio. Just a kid from Cleveland out there absolutely killing it in the ultra running scene. So shout out to Arlen. Great job getting it done today.
Yeah, I think that was one of the underlying storylines that a lot of people were following today, simply to see whether or not he was going to have a successful return race. Now, maybe some people expected him to finish on the podium. I wouldn't have been surprised at that, but he didn't finish the podium. But at the same time, he definitely acquitted himself well out there. So, great job by Arlen. Another great job was had by bib number 1 in the Hares race, Cherry Rose Adams, finishing in 29:03. The Hares actually have to be done by the top of the hour.
They do, yeah. We've only got an hour left for the Hares. We just also had Michael O'Bara finish, who is our type 1 diabetic runner who has never DNF'd a race. So, great job, Michael, on getting it done. Great job.
Way to spike the ball there, Michael, and
way to get that touchdown.
Get across the line. 12-0. Tyler Kemke is 32:47. Megan DeMichelle 32:48. Noah Murphy 32:49. Catherine Kalke 32:50. Scott Carrison 32:52. Jason Wright 32:55. Matthew Lunger 32:56. Brian Corey 32:59. Alberto Gil, part of the Costa Rican contingent that we've been following. Yet another Costa Rican runner finishing this race. There were 10 to start with, and I think we're actually above the 50% mark at this point. 33:02. Patrick Ross 33:03, and Dimitar Vlasarev. Apologies, but if I butchered that, but 33:03. Congratulations. We now have 174 finishes in the Tortoise division, and we, I believe, are now at 51 for the Hares.
Yeah, and how many hare teams have we had finished? Do we
2?
2. We still only have 2 hare finishes.
And I think that's all we're going to have.
And I think Chris and I have as much time together, so I think that we should get the third place prize.
There we go. Yes,
Yeah.
Give us the team award. But yeah, the team race, the team competition at Run Rabbit this year, just absolute carnage. I mean, you had 18 teams to start with, and only 2 teams actually ended up eligible for the team prize because both runners in their hare division had to finish the race. And so many people had issues, in particular on their way to Dry Lake and back down to Olympian. I would say that mile 35 to 50 is where most of the carnage happened this year.
Yeah, it was just so cold and so gross, frankly, that a lot of people had a bad time out there. A friend of mine from back east, Shannon, she was telling me that she mustered up twice to go back out into it, 3 times to go back out into it, and just didn't want to go back out a 4th time, which I don't blame her. I mean, it's unfortunate conditions, and it's cold, it's wet, it's raining, it's uncomfortable. And especially if you had trained to have a particular race in the Hares division, then seeing that absolutely crumble apart is it's not fun, right?
Yeah. Jordan, if our next guest is ready, she can come on over and have a seat.
Who is that?
McKendry Hicker. Okay. Hello. The blue mic flag, that is going to be all set for you. We'll just make sure. I just want to make sure we have everybody caught up. Hope we get a greeting from Pip.
Hi, Pip.
He vets our guests. So
Yeah, perfect.
And our next guest had a great weekend out there, finishing 3rd in the women's race. McKendry Hickory,
Yeah,
congratulations.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining us.
Yeah.
I've watched your career for the last couple of years. I was out there at Mogollon Monster when you had an absolutely fantastic run out there. Saw you also at what?
I haven't done that one yet.
I thought you were no, High Lonesome. High
Yes,
Lonesome.
yes,
That's
there
what
we
it
go. I
was.
was
Sorry,
like-
my mistake.
No, you're
My
good.
mistake. It
You're
was
good.
High
somebody's
Lonesome.
Yeah,
Aravipa
totally.
Homer right there.
Yeah.
I know.
No, it was High Lonesome.
Aravipa
That's
Sweet.
right.
Yeah,
it was.
totally.
And then seeing you out at Javelina as well.
Yeah.
So how did you feel about how your race went this weekend?
I feel really happy with it. I put it in my head at the beginning of the race, like I wanted this to be the smartest race that I've run, because everyone I've talked to is just like patience plays. And so I really tried to like channel that energy and just like stay patient. And yeah, I think it really paid off. So I feel like that helped. And I had a lot of fun, which I normally have like fun, but I like actually legit had fun today, which was really cool.
Good.
Yeah.
So, with the way that things went, it seemed like there was kind of a back and forth amongst the top 5 to 7 women in this race. Did you end up where you expected to be? I mean, did you run, like, for instance, the time that you expected to, or did the elements come into play and maybe force you to alter any strategies out there?
Yeah. I've been telling everyone it is the most women I've ever run with in a race before, which was like super fun. We had like a party train of like 10 of us at one point. My goal was like right around 21 hours and did 21:21. So like pretty close to what I planned on. And I knew top 5 felt like maybe realistic, and podium maybe would be a stretch, but possible. So yeah, I'm pretty pumped on it. And yeah, elements were obviously a thing, but I found that if you like took care of yourself early, it like felt pretty manageable throughout like that first hour of hail, rain, sleet, all the things.
Did you have all the gear on you needed to take care of yourself during those absolute downpours that we saw?
For the most part, I texted my crew coming into Fish Creek and said I want an extra long sleeve shirt to take with me. And then I had rain pants up at Summit. So got a little wet kind of the last little bit going into Summit, but then yeah, was able to like gear up after that. So, and then hand warmers. I've never used hand warmers, but they will be in my like go pack for the rest of my life now.
Like stick them into your gloves?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Yeah, game changer.
Yeah, I've heard that. Do you feel you're a local here, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you feel that having this in your home, basically in your home court, gives you an advantage when you're facing runners that are coming in from all over the country or all around the world?
Yeah, it's definitely the first race I've ever run where I really knew the course, and I felt like it was most helpful at night on like some of those like Morning Gloria and Flash of Gold. There's so many switchbacks, and it was nice just to be like, I know exactly where I'm at, because it can just feel like never ending. So I certainly think that helped. And it's a bit of a mind challenge because you're like, man, I normally run this, and here I am, huffing it up hiking. But it definitely felt super helpful to know exactly like where I was all day on the course.
So this is a pretty common question that we've been asking from everybody in the field. What was your fueling strategy going into this? And did you stick to your fueling strategy pretty well throughout the event?
Yeah. My strategy has been the same like the past couple years, and I'm like pretty disciplined by the clock type of person. So I did like a Morton 160 at the top of the hour and a precision halfway, like at every 30 minutes, and then some scratch and hyperlight throughout the day. But yeah, I stuck to it for the most part. Some of that didn't go down as well towards the end, and I think I ate every variety of potato that was offered out on the course at some point today. But overall, yeah, I was able to stick to it.
What was your favorite variety of potato?
Dude, the long leg had like McDonald's hash brown style. Like they handed me like a whole hash brown when I ran out of there, which was delicious within my gloves for the rest of the run. I was like, that's nice. So I'm going to give that. And then the Emerald had some pretty good like crisp little chips too. So
nice.
Yeah.
With a race like this, you're so experienced in elevation and high level racing when it comes to technical nature. This race doesn't have that kind of technicality really like that maybe you encounter in some of your other events, but it's got some climbing that hits you right off the bat.
Mm-hmm.
And as we said, it's right out your back door. Is that the kind of thing that you think plays into your strengths and that you're able to get comfortable with right away, maybe quicker than those people that are coming in? I mean, other runners might be coming in from, and I don't mean coming in from like lower elevations, but basically your ability to, traverse across high country for extended periods of time is well documented. And do you think that that causes other runners to kind of have to play catch up, at least from a mental position, if nothing else?
Yeah. I mean, certainly climbing the mountain a bunch this year, I think was like really helpful, and just like it hurts. It feels bad. You feel lactic, your calves hurt. And like, I think just knowing that, but then knowing you can kind of continue on. And my body holds up at altitude really well. So yeah, I'm sure. I think that first climb has got to be brutal if you're not used to like ski resort climbing, because it's not just even just like a big climb. Like ski resort climbing is like a different type of suck.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So this is your first time running Run Rabbit Run, correct?
Yes.
Were there any curveballs in there that you didn't expect? You're from the area, you've ran 100 milers before, but was this one fundamentally different in any way that that you can talk about?
Yeah, I would say just the biggest. I've never run a race where I knew so many people, like so many tortoises and new hares and people at every aid station. So that was like super fun just to, especially for a race where you are by yourself. I like actually didn't really feel like by myself a lot of the time. So I think that was really cool. And just the nature of the out and back, I think historically I like wasn't totally sure if I would like that, but I think it kind of like allows you to like segment the race in a really interesting way. And I was surprised at how much, I think there were certain sections I thought would really suck. And I was like, oh, that didn't suck as bad as I thought. So yeah.
I have a two-part question for you. First of all, how long have you been living in Steamboat Springs?
Mm-hmm.
How long?
7 years.
Okay. So I'm going to ask you the question if Fred didn't already ask you. What took you so long to run this race?
I know. I feel like I've had friends that had really hard days there that made it hard. I think I really like to travel for races. And then for whatever reason this year, it just sounded, I was like really inspired by it and got like excited to do it this year. And it felt like, after High Lonesome last year, felt like I had my first like true mountain ultra and felt like pretty ready. And Never Summer a couple of years ago. So yeah, it just like sounded fun. I was going to maybe do Leadville and then decided to defer that to next year instead. So the other thing I would say is that it was way more runnable than I like knew it was runnable, but there were times where I was like, we are still running. Okay. Like we are running.
She knows too much. That's why she didn't run it yet. She knew too many people. She knew the course too well.
Yeah, totally.
Like, it's too familiar.
Seen too much carnage.
Yeah.
In theory, the idea of running a 100-miler in your own backyard sounds great, but a lot of times it can be very distracting.
Yeah.
Like trying to get in and out of aid stations, and everybody's trying to high five, hug, take selfies.
Yep.
Just tell you how awesome you're doing, which is kind of keeping you from doing your awesome.
Yeah.
It can be a very daunting thing if you've done a 100-miler where you are somebody that is so well recognized and well known in the local community. I mean, these are volunteers that are local to the town, local to the community. So, I mean, I would assume that every single aid station, you had to balance the idea of, taking in the love, but also realizing, hi, bye.
Yeah, got a job to do.
Yeah, absolutely. Balance. Talk about that, actually. That's kind of an intriguing thing. The notion of trying to run a race where, obviously, it's, you're running at elevation and it's got its own set of difficulties. But when you're talking about a race that's basically in your backyard, how many distractions you kind of have to make sure you avoid, because not everybody has a Hard Rock qualifier and a Western States qualifier in their backyard.
Yeah, totally. I would say that none of it felt distracting today. Like it all felt uplifting, but I also feel like most of the people that were out there saw like they're ultra runners. They get it. They're not trying to be like, how are things, and how's work going? And it just felt nice, especially like one of my best friends was up at Billy's, and it was like fun kind of being able to like, cool, I'm going to get to see a couple people I know really well up there. And that was like a good little boost. So yeah, that felt like super fun. And I would say doing a hometown one, like yesterday, I was like, oh, I should like go to the grocery store. Like you don't plan as much, because you're like, oh, I'm just at home hanging out. So that was kind of funny.
I'm sure sleeping in your bed after you're all of a sudden done was probably pretty nice.
Yeah, laying on the couch this afternoon felt delightful.
Nice.
Like, I don't have to drive anywhere.
Totally.
This is great.
Totally.
What's next on your calendar? What are you looking to do next?
Yeah, this was kind of like end of long ones for the season, so I don't have anything else on the calendar other than Leadville next year. So I feel pretty excited to give that a really good focused training block. So I'll do a couple. I've got a friend trying to convince me to do a spring early marathon, road marathon, and prep for that, and I have yet to take her up on that, but it's probably good advice. So I feel like this is the season where I just try to like get up into some of the high country that I don't get as much time to spend doing training weeks and stuff. So we'll see, but hopefully probably actually not too many more races the rest of the year.
One of the things about the locals to Steamboat that take on Run Rabbit is that there's a series of races, I guess Continental Divide up here. Have you run some of those in preparation for Run Rabbit?
I did not run any this year, but shout out Continental Divide, Sarah and Amy, great, best race directors in the business. And I was out of town, so I didn't run that one this year. But I have run it before, or I've done the 16-miler before. But a lot of the local run series, we have like an 8-miler up on Howelson here that to date I still feel like is the hardest run because 8 miles is really fast and, and hard.
Threshold.
Yeah, I don't have that in
animal.
me. Yeah, totally. But it's a great, the run series is super fun and it gives you a lot of opportunity to race throughout the year.
Anything else that you have for McHenry?
I don't think I have any additional questions.
Awesome.
Well, McHenry, congratulations
Thank you.
on a race well done.
Yeah.
And don't forget to register for those lotteries. And,
I know.
Fingers crossed for some good luck there. But I'm sure we'll see you pretty soon. If we don't see you between now and then, good luck at Leadville next year.
Thank you
Yeah.
so much.
McHenry Hickory, our F3 here at Run Rabbit 2025.
Nice.
We are here still at the finish line. Thank you, Jordan. We'll give a quick update on our recent finishers. And I believe we left off at 174 in the Tortoise race. That would mean Paloma Ortiz, 33:06. Eric Paramond, 33:11. And Stephen Bartos, 33:16 are your most recent finishers here at Run Rabbit Run. And as we mentioned, the Hares, they have had a lot more drops percentage-wise, but Hagen McHenry is your most recent finisher there, 29:12:07. Those Hares have until the top of the hour, so about 38 minutes left to go in the Hares race, and there are still a few out there. It looks like we've had 3 hit Werner, and 3 more hit Summit Lake. So if they haven't hit Werner at this point, I don't like their chances. However,
As a hare?
yeah.
Yeah, no, I do not like their chances
But-
as a hare.
But it's also, we have to kind of reserve because we never know if their timing chip might
True.
not have registered, because we've had that happen where all of a sudden we're kind of surprised at the finish line because the runner's timing chip didn't register at one of the aid stations.
Yeah.
So
I mean, right now they would have to run the Ryan
Ryan Raph splits.
the Ryan Raph splits to get down from Werner, which if they're
still on the course.
they're not going to be able to do that.
Yeah, I would say the fastest runners at this point in the race, maybe it's 5.8 miles according to the race guide. I'm assuming that you would have to still run, like you need at the absolute minimum an hour to be safe.
Yeah.
And that's with the downhill nature of that stretch. So shout out to McHenry Hickory for just joining us here. As I mentioned, without any errors, that she had run High Lonesome, not the other race that I mentioned.
Yeah, definitely not.
But yeah, I've seen her at several events, and this is yet another opportunity to watch her do her thing. And congratulations to her on a 3rd place finish here in her hometown.
Yeah, for sure.
We've had some very enthusiastic finishers roll through in the last couple minutes.
Yeah, it's because they're done.
Shout out to everybody still hanging out with us as the race winds down. Chris Warden.
Dan Ryan.
And we are here at Run Rabbit Run 2025. The Tortoises are still on course. The Hares have
26 minutes.
26 minutes. Math is hard at this point of a race.
25 minutes.
Yeah, they the elapsed time in the upper right. Once it hits 30 hours, the Hares are done. Most are in at this point or have called it a day. I would say it has been an absolute day of attrition in the Hares race. It's definitely been a rough day for the elites today. A lot of them perhaps went out hard, and the elements really did a number on them. But
yeah, it seems like, okay, observation, it seems like a certain group of people is way less prepared for the cold, rainy weather than another group of people. All of the guys have been like, I forgot a raincoat, and all the girls were like, yeah, I've got everything I need to be out there for
women racing smarter. I mean,
for sure,
kind of
the trend.
We know how that rolls.
Yeah.
Like we know that they're definitely, maybe racing smarter, a little bit more conservative, and being able to hold on to the end. Although a couple of guys really did an amazing job here today. I mean, we talked about at the front of the men's race, Jesse Rich, John Harrison, and JP Kilbin in your 1, 2, 3. And the three of them couldn't have been more different in their approaches. Jesse Rich was kind of a few minutes back of the men's lead pack, never further back than like maybe the top 10 or so. And back when that was, 30 miles in, you had 16 runners within 4 minutes of one another. So it was still a very tightly wound group finishing. But Jesse did turn on the jets in the second half of this race. But I still think that the talk of this event was John Harrison. John Harrison finishing second in 19:06:36. And if you're not familiar with John Harrison's name, we weren't 24 hours ago either. And John was completely outside of our peripheral vision for the first 50-plus miles of this race. But then something happened on the Lane of Pain loop and every point thereafter where John just kept moving up and was gradually just passing runner after runner to the point where he actually moved from well outside of the top 10. We said, I think, as low as 15th at about the halfway point.
Yeah.
And finished second to Jesse Rich.
And what a humble guy, John.
Yeah.
Like, oh my gosh, that was such a pleasure to talk with him in the studio and to just get his thoughts on how his event went. It looks like we got a couple people Finishing it up here. Looks like they've all been through it in this one. Bib 705.
7:05. Let's give them their moment.
And that's a 50-mile 11:30. 705.
7:05 is Steve Rossi of Oak Creek, Colorado. If this is correct, then Steve Rossi is the most well-seasoned runner to finish this race in a long time.
Oh my gosh, he's 74 years old.
Yeah. Somebody was asking for the oldest runner to ever finish this race. I don't have that intel, but I do know that it had been before the runner finish.
Yeah.
So if Steve Rossi finished in 20, he might have taken the early start, but frankly didn't really need it.
I want to be like him if I grow up.
So we're talking 33, 38, maybe 34, 38 even with the early start. That's fantastic.
That is amazing. I love seeing that. Like, that makes me so happy. As a member of the sport community, like how long you can be a part of it.
If you take care of yourself and you do the work, who knows how long your career can last. But Steve Rossi actually looks like he did not take the early start.
Amazing.
So that Steve Rossi finish right there was very impressive. Give a shout out to our most recent finishers here, along with Steve. Andy Tominski, 33:24:30. Scott Gordon, 33:26:48. Rebecca Schwantz, 33:27:34. Michael Person, 33:30:48. Ryan Thompson, 33:31:35. The aforementioned Steve Rossi, 33:37:57. And our most recent finisher, Hannah Augusta, in 184th place, 34th in the women's race, 33:38:07. We've had a handful of other 50-milers finish as well. Congratulations to them. The Hares race, I think we've got maybe a handful of runners that we might expect to see come in. Although the closer I look at some of these splits, it looks like these runners, a lot of them might have called it a day because otherwise they're sitting at places like Summit Lake for 10 hours.
I mean, it's a pretty comfortable place to sit for 10 hours. Maybe they just needed a day's worth of sleep.
That's entirely possible as well. But Hagen McHenry was our most recent finisher in the Hares race with a 29:12:07.
Got another finisher coming in here. Looking like they're having a time. Oop, wobbling. They don't want to get their feet wet. It's a 50-mile finisher. Nice work.
And we've got an inset shot of somebody hanging out at Werner Aid.
Kudos to Werner Aid Station. They are open for an incredible amount of time. And they see every runner, 50-mile, 100-mile, 100-mile hare, 100-mile tortoise, doesn't matter.
Twice.
They see, that was exhausting. Kudos to those volunteers. Shout out to you guys for being out there in the cold and in the rain, still crewing runners and getting them down to the finish line. Oh, I think I could fall. Nope, they almost fell. Oh, they thought their person was running
Might be a pacer
significantly.
there.
Yeah.
So, according to my calculations, we have 45 runners that have hit Werner that aren't yet into the finish line.
Wow. There are a lot of people coming down that hill.
Yeah. It's going to be a virtual conga line. We have a finisher there.
798.
Bib number 798. That is Bryce Zemer of Corcoran, Minnesota, with his first Run Rabbit run finish.
Got a bunch of volunteers bringing in some drop bags here in Olympian Hall. Shout out to them for.
Looks like that might have been Bryce Zimmer's first Ultra.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. That's bold.
Yeah. I mean, go big or go home.
Might as well.
Maybe he ran a 50-50 mystery ultra. If I don't know what race distance I have to do to start with, I don't know if I...
Pick 100.
Yeah, if I pick 100 as my next one. But you know what? Maybe he's got a sense of adventure. Based on the... it looks like his time was 6:03 at the previous race. I would assume that's a 50K. If it was a 50-mile, we need to talk to some record keepers out there. Yeah, congratulations to Bryce. As well as Scott Hainchen. Scott Hainchen finishing in 33 hours, 40 minutes, and 10 seconds. The Hares have about just under 16 minutes to make their way down the hill. I don't know how many Hares we have left. Their tracking has been a little bit wild. Looks like we have 2 that have registered times at Mount Werner Aid. Erica Rackley and Mark Fagundis. Erica Rackley hit Werner Aid at 28:46.56, and Mark hit it at 28:47.18. So you're talking 113, 114 to make it down from Werner Aid. That's doable. It's not going to be fun at this point in the day, but it's definitely doable. So we'll see if we see any more Hares make their way in, or if the number of final Hare finishers stays at 52.
Yeah, they've got about 15 minutes left. Hopefully they can get down. I mean...
Well, you know how many Hares finished last year's race? 52.
Wow.
You know how many finished the previous year?
How many?
51.
And how many have finished this year so far?
52. 100-mile Hares in 2022, 54.
It's like statistics.
It is like very... the results are in a very narrow band here.
Do we know how many started?
For this year, yeah, we had 123 less. I think it was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think we had 113 Hares start. Or maybe it was, looks like 110. So it looks like it's going to be an under 50% finish rate for the Hares this year. Whereas in the Tortoises race, we have 185 finishers so far out of 359 starters. So we're already at 50% in the Tortoises race.
Wow.
Of course, we're here at Olympian Hall, where the runners hit at mile 51 and mile 64. And the excitement and energy that was here yesterday over the course of the entire day has dissipated as yesterday the 50-milers were coming in for their packet pickup, the 100-milers were coming in for their aid station stops, and today it's become the drop bag depository.
Look at this. He was splashing in the puddles with his daughter, who was splashing in the puddles before him. So that was fun to see.
A whole lot of energy from a finisher to hang out and splash in the puddles like that. Love to see it. Love to see it. The camera is on, ma'am. Somebody walked right in front of it. But
It's a family event. We're looking to get
this is true.
everybody on there.
But they kind of walked in front of it, looked over, saw it, and kind of made a couple steps backwards.
Yeah. Crossing the rocks. It's the only water crossing on this course.
Yeah, at this point, I would basically just walk through. I wouldn't even try and rock
Be like,
hop.
you know what? We just walked down a river.
But congratulations. The finisher, it looks like a pacer there. I would assume that second person was a pacer at some point as well, because nobody got through this race with a jacket that white.
No, absolutely not. Mud, other things, anything's getting on that white jacket.
Yeah.
These things are not making it out unscathed. That's for damn sure. Had my first slip up of the live stream right there. That's for dang sure. Honestly, for like 15 hours of being on this thing over the past couple of days, not bad.
No, you've done a fantastic job. Most recent finishers, we mentioned Bryce Zemer in 186th place. Liesel Standish, 33:42:41. Nick Playstead, 33:44:16. Eric Nicolaisen, 33:44:26. Melissa Norrish, 33:46:03. Nolan Amos, 33:46:04. So the runners in the Tortoise race have about 2 hours, 12 minutes to make it here, maybe 2 hours, 11 minutes. Looks like there is a little bit of a discrepancy between the time-elapsed clock and our time of day tracker. So now the Hares have just under 10 minutes to make it down the mountain and across the finish line. And we do still have a few out there to our knowledge. Hopefully we'll see another couple red bibs swing by the finish line here. Even though the start and finish line are down there, they're actually not the same.
Very true. Yeah, the start line's more down by where the gondola goes up.
Yeah.
So once your runner starts, you can jump on that thing and take it all the way to the top and see them through that aid station. Not that aid station, but that point of the course. Still people coming in. We got 9 minutes left for the Hares to finish the race.
We got another runner being pasted. Looks like 479.
Yeah. Brian Dean, Colorado Springs, Colorado. No run rabbit finishes. Tortoise, 30:39. We're approaching the last 8 minutes of Hare Golden Hour, or Golden Harry Hour. You can see the moisture that saturated those flags that are out there.
Yeah. I mean, it's been hours since we've had sunshine out there, so.
Yeah. Again, shout out to Altra for being a great presenting sponsor. Their shoes are great for these sorts of conditions where you've got mud and slop and grossness on the course. They've got some great shoes to take you the distance.
They drain you. They do drain pretty quickly.
They do. Those Matrix ones, I
Yeah.
mean, they drain real fast.
I'll occasionally
7
wear.
more minutes.
I was gonna say I'll occasionally wear Lone Peaks for training, but I will. I've also got a pair of superiors that I will use for shorter stuff that I know might potentially be a little bit mucky and muddy. I ran my first Trail 100 in Ultra Olympuses. It's a whole lot of shoe right there.
We got John Figverisi in the chat.
Feggy?
Yeah.
Barkley finisher.
Yeah. He's rooting for Erica. It's a good friend of his. Hoping she makes it. It's going to be tight.
Yeah, I've seen a few people rooting for Erica.
She a hair?
Yeah.
Okay. So, yeah, she's got 6 more minutes to get it done.
Yeah, so I would say the likely last couple of hares that have a shot here would be Erica Rackley and Mark Fagundis. They both left Werner around an hour and 7 minutes ago. Actually, they left it 24 seconds apart. And they had 5.8 miles to cover in the final 72 minutes, basically.
As we wait in anticipation, 5 more minutes to get down to the aid station.
So Erica Rackley, I can see why certain people like Feggy are cheering her on. She's a Flagstaff local.
Oh.
Has some experience in the high mountains. Run high-low twice. High Lonesome. Multiple finishes at Black Canyon. Recently been running some the training cycle, running the Moab Red Hot 55K in February. The Zane Grey 29 mile. That is a gnarly race. Even with some of the improvements on the Highline Trail down in Arizona, she was the winner in the women's race, 4th overall there. So has had a good season so far. 4th place at the Scout Mountain Ultra 50 miler in Pocatello, Idaho, back in June. So it looks like it was a productive training cycle leading up.
Yeah.
We just need to see Erica come through that finisher chute in the next about 3 minutes and 40 seconds.
Yeah, just waiting for it's going to come down to the wire here.
Yeah, absolutely. What's the closest you've come to a finish where you almost missed the cutoff?
I'm pretty lucky. I haven't really ever rode the cutoffs. I would say, I had a couple hours at High Lonesome to finish, so I wasn't too worried about that one. I also ran that one with broken collarbone. So that wasn't a super fun experience for me. But that's probably the closest. What about yourself?
My first ultra I ever ran had a 9-hour cutoff, the Santan Scramble. I finished in 8:59:08. So 52 seconds to spare. I also, in my most recent, not most recent, but in my first Trail 100, I had a 30-hour cutoff, and I finished in 29:55:57. So about 4 minutes ahead of cutoff. So I am a rider of the lightning when it comes to cutoffs. Every single one of my finishes in the Western States qualifier has been a golden hour finish. And multiple times under 10 minutes to spare. I get my money's worth, by golly. Yeah, I mean, I'm getting more miles per dollar than most people out there. That's for absolute sure. Our most recent finishers, Nolan Amos, 33:46:04. Ryan McVeigh, 33:48:30. Zoe Everard, 33:49:37. And we did mention Brian Dean, 33:51:42. It is getting down to the thinnest of margins here for our hare runners. I'm hoping this is one of them.
Didn't see her bib.
Yeah, I get nervous when I can't see the bib number. Because we are a minute away from the cutoff for the 100-mile hares race here at Run Rabbit.
That was Erica.
That was Erica. Thank you, Feggy, for letting us know in the chat.
Oh, man, I think that's the last hare finisher we're going to see.
It might be Erica Rackley, 29:58:52, 1 minute 8 seconds under the cutoff, and she didn't look phased at all. She looked like she knew what she was doing the entire way.
Oh man, that's stressful.
So that brings our total to 53 finishers here at the hare race so far, with just under 10 seconds at this point. I think we would need to see them coming into the chute. So that is it for the hares race. Congratulations to all the finishers, to our winners. We still have the tortoise race going on for the next couple hours. Jordan, would it be possible to finish or to switch that elapsed and add 4 hours to it to tie up to our... We'll see if we can do that so it ties up. But yeah, basically runners have until 9 p.m. local time. This race brought to you by Altra and H2All. Shout out to them. H2All provided support for the Skycam this weekend. All of our drone shots that we were bringing from all over the race course. We still do have plenty of 50-milers out there as well. We're at the 13-hour mark of their race. They started at 6 a.m. this morning local time.
And yeah, looks like the...
Perfect. Thank you so much, Jordan.
Any hares that are coming down now are going to be disappointed because they're not going to officially finish the Run Rabbit Run 100. That's the risk you take when you gamble with signing up for the hare.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, the hares are typically the faster runners, or they chose to challenge themselves a little bit more, or maybe they were, wanting to be a part of the team competition. But yeah, when you sign up as a hare, you're signing up for a tougher experience than the tortoises.
Yeah.
You get less time. You start at 1 p.m. You can't use a pacer. So Thank you to the village or the town of Steamboat Springs for hosting all of this that is tied into the Run Rabbit Run Race. I know that it is a very reciprocal relationship with Fred and this race, along with the town. A lot of volunteers, hundreds of volunteers locally sourced to help put on this event. And I know that Fred has a lot of charitable aims to help support here down in Steamboat Springs. 1909. We've got another runner coming in.
Nice work, 50 miler.
We're still holding on 194 finishes in the 100 miler. But we've still got 42 runners between Mount Werner and the finish. Those runners are in pretty good shape. They're going to have to basically maintain a 20-minute mile pace downhill about 4,000 feet of elevation loss. And even those runners who haven't quite made it to Werner, as long as they do so fairly quickly, they've got a shot. I would say that in order for me to feel comfortable, I want to see runners hit that last aid station with about an hour 15 left.
Yeah, I would say that's like comfortable. Uncomfortably comfortable.
Yeah. I mean, that means you're going to have to do some running.
Yeah.
I mean, not necessarily fast running. You're talking maybe 12 minutes a mile at that point. But at the same time, you're 36 hours into a race. How many 12-minute miles do you have left in your body,
Right.
even with a huge downhill?
I think you have to do at least 2 12-minute miles with a couple 15s at that point. And maybe 1 20-minute mile. Because those switchbacks coming out of Werner are pretty steep.
Congratulations to our most recent finisher, Derek Morford. Looks like a 34:05:47. Secured his tickets in the dual lotteries.
Excellent.
Of course, you're going to attempt to do the same here next week?
Yeah, on the 26th.
Oh, so 2 weeks.
Yeah, and it'll be my birthday weekend. It'll be my 30th birthday weekend. Last year I DNF'd the race on my birthday.
Wait, you're only 29?
I know. I'm wearing all black for the race this year, and I'm gonna go with the theme of death of my 20s. So my crew's got to wear black. It's the theme we're going with for the run. Is the death of my 20s.
So you're obviously a hard rock devotee. Being a part of that race and handling social media for them and hosting the Hard Talk podcast. Do you put in for the Western States Lottery as well?
I don't.
Really?
Yeah, I've stopped putting into Western States about 3 years ago.
Oh, so you have though?
Yeah, I stopped putting in because
the odds were getting too good. You might actually have to run it.
No, it's not a race I'm interested in doing. Like it's not. It doesn't play to any of my strengths. It's hot. It's not high altitude. It's it just does not play to any of my strengths, and it doesn't particularly interest me.
You don't want to do 22,000 feet of downhill?
No, it sounds awful. I want to go uphill too. And it's just not like I'm not a fast runner. I've never been a fast runner, and I don't think I want to train to be a fast runner.
Sure.
I want to be in the mountains up high, and that's kind of my will driver, I guess, is being in the mountains. So that's why Western States, it just doesn't have that appeal to me.
Okay.
It appeals to a lot of people, and I think that's something in ultra running that people need to be more introspective of is, do I want to do this just because it's a historic, popular event, or is it motivating? The reason I started ultra running was I watched a video, definitely wasn't one of Jamil's, it was one of Jamil's, videos about hard rock. And I was like, I could never do that. Like, that is something I could never do. Like, that's insane. I can't believe people do this. I had never ran a mile in my life. And I was like, but 50 miles doesn't seem like an impossible feat. So I signed up. I'd never ran before. I signed up for my first race, which was a 50K. And trained for it all year and ran it. And I was like, if I can run a 50K, I can probably run a 50 mile. Moved up to the 50 mile distance and thought, that wasn't awful. It wasn't fun. But I thought I could probably run 100 miles. If I'm going to run 100 miles, I should probably run one that qualifies me for this hard rock thing. And then I moved out to New Mexico. I got more involved with hard rock, and it just turned into a community that I deeply care about and I deeply love. And it was never Western States for me.
Okay.
It was always hard rock. So I don't put it into the lottery because I don't want to take the spot from somebody who actually wants to run Western just to have the spot in a historical event.
Sure, and that's fair. I come from the exact opposite direction in a lot of ways. Now, I hold both races in extremely high esteem. I love being at both races. Getting to be on the Hard Rock call and be a part of the Western States representation with Mountain Outpost has been, one of the highlights of the last several years of my life. And I learned about Western States before I learned about Hard Rock, and I started that journey much sooner. And I'm hoping, I had an entry to Western States, but I had a year that did not go very well leading up, so I didn't run it. I'm hoping to get in again. We're going to run my qualifier for that in a few weeks. But I think that part of the thing about hard rock is that I love being up there for it, but I have little to no desire to ever run it because it's just way above the level that I'm willing to devote to get into the race. You can't get into hard rock by accident, and it's just so hard to get into, and it's hard to run, and I love being up there every year, and I will go out there every chance I get, but I don't see myself ever towing the line because frankly I'm getting too old, and that lottery is getting, the odds are getting longer every year.
And honestly, I think we're looking at these the appropriate way.
Yeah. We know our wheelhouses.
Right. And we know what we want to do and what got us into the sport. And I think more people. This is my hot take. I think more people need to look at these events like that. Right? Is this something I want to do, or is this something I'm doing because everybody else is doing it?
Yeah.
And we're just seeing the immense popularity of hard rock in Western states just frustrate people to no end.
Yeah.
And I don't know if most people have put into lottery, have been to Silverton before. It's a really hard course. Like I've been up
so
there
hard.
now for 5 years, volunteering, crewing, and pacing.
Mhm.
And I was pacing my friend Dave Koblenz. Shout out to Dave. I paced him 20 miles this year, and we got to the top of Grant Swamp this year. And I looked at him, I'm like, I think this is the first time I'd ever said it. I think I can do this. And it is the first time I've ever had that thought in my head. And I think more people need to realize that, oh, yeah, the lottery, it takes forever to get in. But maybe that's for the best, because
Sure.
some people aren't going to give it their best effort if they get in on one ticket. I think some people will, but I don't think everybody will.
Well, I've seen some people, talking about the lottery races out there. They get frustrated because the lottery process is one that is going to take most people years. I know that, like, for instance, I've seen people on social media asking, why can't you, stack lottery entries to these lottery races by running multiple races a year? And it's like, because you want to make sure that the field is populated with people who have made this their journey.
Right.
Rather than,
we have a did we just get a proposal?
okay, we need to.
What just happened?
Did we just get a? We might have just gotten a proposal. How long are you going to make the runner stay on one knee?
Yeah.
I would hope that, one way or another. Oh, wow.
Did she say no? Man, he smells.
I mean, we saw it at Western States.
Somebody said no?
No. Somebody said yeah. No, somebody proposed. No, the only time I've ever seen a no. Well, shout out Shad Micah, because Shad Micah was the one that proposed at States.
Oh, awesome.
And of course, then he was at Hard Rock too.
Yeah.
Actually, I saw him here. He was helping to crew at Olympian earlier this race. But it's a video clip from like a Houston Rockets game, and you see it happen, and yeah, no, couldn't do it. But yeah,
Chris, I have a question for you.
sure,
You run like different parts of the Hard Rock course while you're there.
yeah.
How much have you actually ran?
How much of the Hard Rock course have I run? I've done Cunningham to the finish, so that's about 10 miles. I've gone up and down Handies, so that's about that's about 5 each direction. So I would say 10.
You've gone up from both sides?
No, just from Grouse Gulch.
Okay. So, yeah, out and back, that's 10 miles. But, yeah,
but
that's
just one.
Yeah.
I'm only counting one direction, so 10 plus 5.
You can count both.
I've gone out Bear Creek a couple miles, maybe 3 miles or so with my son. I've gone the other direction from Cunningham before. I've done the U-Ray Perimeter Loop, which is another few miles. I would say I've probably done... I've also gone up to Ice Lake, and there's a couple of little stretches that kind of intermingle. I've probably done maybe 35 or 40 miles of the course myself. And I, love getting up there to do a few more miles each year. I just, I guess I've walked out Campbird Road as well, a couple miles. But again, yeah, I've done enough of the course to know that I don't belong on the course during the race.
I've probably done 60% of the course myself. I have not been on the whole course. I don't want to do the whole course before I get in because I do want like some of those places to surprise me, and that's just like something I'm doing for myself. 'Cause
Sure.
one day I'll get in and it'll be fun, and I'm excited for that. But I'm also excited to do all of the qualifiers that are around. Like there's so many great historic races to do that are qualifiers for Hard Rock. You've got Cascade Crest, you've got Run Rabbit Run, you've got which I have done. You've got Wasatch, the Bear,
High Lonesome.
High Lonesome.
Although High Lonesome
it's not really
a newer race.
Yeah, it's not
but-
really. I'm not counting it in the like classic mountain ultras. It's a great race, but I've done that one once, and I think that one time is good enough for me. Got another finisher here.
Yeah, it looks like that might be a 50-mile finisher.
11:07.
Yeah. No, it's 107 something.
Yeah, they're 4 numbers.
I want to shout out our most recent finishers in the Run Rabbit Run 100-mile tortoise race. Todd Lasney, 34:04. Derek Mofford, 34:05. Craig Anderson, 34:08. Payush Joshi, 34:10. Benjamin Jones, 34:16. Joe Steinmetz, also 34:16. And Shiva Willoughby, 34:18. So we are up to 201 finishers in the tortoise race.
There's Zach Marion there on camera.
Keeping things rolling down at the finish line. Shout out to Zach. Zach is the executive producer of All Things Mountain Outpost.
Got another finisher of the 50-miler coming across the line there. Looks like he had a fun time out there.
He looked pretty fresh.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Had some bounce in his step. Yeah, Zach Marion has done a lot this weekend to help keep this race coverage moving. Looks like that is a shot down from Werner.
Oh, look at those clouds. That's pretty. Looks like it's like a lake almost.
Shout out to Pip, the official dog this weekend of Mountain Outpost.
Man, he's just laying there.
I did love when we were interviewing, who was it? That was Jesse Rich. And Pip just jumped up on the couch right next to him, laid down, and Jesse was like, cool.
Yeah.
That was great.
He's a calm dog, like for the most part. Like he's definitely slowing down. He's 8 now. And I love him to death, but he can still get pretty rambunctious. I think he's just had a long couple of days, so he's happy to sleep here on the floor with us while we're chatting about running. Either that or he's that bored.
Definitely not a fan of the rabbits.
No, he hates those things. He absolutely hates those rabbits. He doesn't like the rabbit ears in the slightest. And he doesn't like the plush rabbit that they use for the check-in photos at all. Anything with eyes and like that's inanimate. If it's not real and it has eyes, he's not happy about it. Just if anybody cares, touchdown Ohio State.
16-9?
No, more than that. 24.
Oh.
You guys have 7 more minutes with Dan Ryan before I jump off. And hey, it's Bill Shum.
Hey, Ryan.
What's up, buddy?
Chris Warden, how you guys doing?
Doing all right? How are you? You all right?
How's it going, man? Good to see you. I had to drop. It was good, though. It was a good challenge. Lane and Paint.
Dan Ryan and
Chris Warden.
here at the Run Rabbit Run 100, bringing you guys a live coverage of the last finishers. I had to step away to say hi to a good friend of mine who unfortunately had to DNF, but he's here picking up his draft bags and seems to be in great spirits. So
Shout out to our most recent finisher, Ben Chikowski, 34:20:55. As we mentioned, these runners have until 9 p.m. local time or until that clock hits 36 on the right-hand side. Things are starting to – we're approaching that second sunset again. The light is actually kind of the darkness is kind of underestimated based on the shot that you see here. It looks like the exposure on that camera might have been changed so it's brighter, but as we're seeing out here, it has actually got to the point where it is getting fairly dark out.
yeah, and people are going to have to start putting on their headlamps again. 50 milers are hopefully have their headlamps. I think, or they can leave them in a bucket at Werner and pick them back up. But that bucket's also probably full of water.
Well, somebody along the way probably, the rain too, I guess. But
Yeah, true.
23.9.
It's better now.
Okay, you all right?
Feeling better.
You be okay?
Yeah.
Still not going to cover.
Oh, I don't care about the spread. I bet on last week's game. We covered the spread.
Well, last week's game, I mean, you see that quarterback this week?
No.
He's not good.
Oh, no.
He's not very good.
Oh, 2 weeks ago. No,
okay.
We beat number 1 Texas, and then Grambling State, who we beat 70-0. Hey, we got a waiver at the camera. Hi. I did it again.
He waved. Dan waves back at the runners. It's great.
Got another person coming up to the finish line. Nice work. Running it across. Great work. There's another person putting on some headphones and headed down Warner, knowing that they're on their way back.
Yeah. Not good. Sometimes the bloodline just ends.
True. Gosh.
Oh, wait, you're one of the Ryans?
Yeah, the Ryans, yeah.
Yeah, thanks for hanging out with us here in the waning hours of the Run Rabbit Run 100 Mile. I know that Dan has places to be, but we've been grateful for you sticking out some extra time here this evening. You're welcome to hang out as long as you like, but if you got to bounce, all good.
Yeah, thanks for having me. I've had a lot of fun over the past day or so. Chris is going to close you guys out with Jordan for the next hour and a half, where you guys will wrap up for the evening.
Yeah, absolutely.
So great work on this, guys. Always a pleasure to work with you. Stay classy.
If we were classy to begin with.
Yeah, if we were classy to begin with, stay that way.
Thanks to all of you that are sticking around with us in the chat until the golden hour, which will be beginning in about 30 minutes. You can see runners hitting Werner Aid or leaving Werner Aid. The thing is that if they're hitting or leaving Werner Aid at this point, I'm still okay with it. I still think that they've got a decent shot, but I need, in order to feel confident and comfortable, I need to see them leave Werner in the next 15 minutes. This is by no means a scientific declaration. It is just anecdotal experience. I mean, we've had some exceptions. I mean, I remember one time one guy left with about 55 minutes to go and was a golden hour finisher and somehow was able to uncork basically averaging about a 9-minute mile down that hill. And we've had runners and their crews coming through Olympian Hall, picking up their drop bags, and other items that they had left out on the course. They were all delivered back by volunteers a little while ago. Is Shad still up on Werner? Wow. Yeah, as long as Shad is able to like hang out there for another like 30, 35 minutes, I think that we'll get everything that we need to from Werner. I know that that's if the light allows us to, because I'm looking outside and I'm... What? Yeah, it's getting dark. Perfect. And special thanks to Pip for joining us here this weekend. I guess Dan was along for the ride too. Probably want to take your cushion. Yeah, thanks to Pip, thanks to the cushion, and I guess Dan as well.
Goodbye. Stay classy, Steamboat Springs.
Just had another couple of 50-mile finishers coming in as well. We are currently sitting at 202 finishers in the Tortoise race and the Hare race. We did have an unofficial finish from Mark Fagundes, who came in at 30:13:35. So Mark didn't quite make the 30-hour cutoff. Still ran 100 miles, which is, something that is super impressive and to be commended. And this is not your typical course, so shout out to Mark for toughing it out on a weekend where the weather was definitely not your friend for a lot of it. And we mentioned a while ago that there was a team challenge, and I got to tell you that team challenge was pure carnage. So the way the team challenge works is that you have a runner in the men's race and a runner in the women's race. They team up. Both runners have to be in the Hares race. Both of them have to finish in the allotted time and follow the Hares rules, such as no pacers. And they did a 1 p.m. start. Now, normally the finisher rate, and both runners have to, this is important, both runners have to finish in the time allotted. So in the team race, I believe that typically the finish rate is about 50%. And there are cash prizes to first, second, and third. $5,000, $2,500, $1,000. So our first prize team was Becca Bramley, who was the second woman overall, and Brendan Trimboli. And they won $5,000, $2,500 apiece for their efforts. In second place in the team race was Riley Brady, who finished first in the women's race, and Brian Condon. And there was no third team. So out of 18 teams in the Hares race, 16 did not qualify with multiple finishers, which to me is really, really shocking. Nice family shot there of the finish line. Looks like father and child with a strong finish there. Most recent finishers in the 100 miler include Renee Caird and Colleen Mentz, bringing our total to 204. And that means so it shows that we have 37 runners between Mount Werner and the finish, but I'm kind of hesitant. I think that a couple of them might have withdrawn, so I'm thinking that there's probably 35 runners. Hey, Dan? Ron? So your picture-in-picture in the lower right-hand corner is Werner Aid looking down towards town. We are getting to that point where we're hoping any runners that are still on course are making their way past Werner. I'm guessing about 35 or so runners in the 100 miler are still active. Looks like that is a 50-mile finisher there. Coming in, of course, we're about an hour 23 left. We're not quite into the golden hour here at the Run Rabbit Run 100 mile presented by Altra. Runners have 36 hours in the Tortoise race to complete the 100 miles, except if they were a Masters or Grandmaster runner. Men 60 and above and women 50 and above were able to take an early start and will have 37 hours to complete the Run Rabbit Run 100 mile. That looked like a 778. If so, that would be Nick Westfall. Congratulations to Nick. Is that true at the bottom of the screen that I just saw? All 50.
That is a Jamil factoid, so I have no idea.
Okay.
That doesn't mean I believe it.
Yeah.
Did you say the stream cam? Yeah, that's like almost pitch black. I can see it. If you want the light up there, that would look great.
You can see some runners posing for celebratory photo. Looks like I was right about that being Nick Westfall and also Joe Harper finishing in 34:39:30. Congratulations to Nick and Joe. Brings our finisher total to 208. Looks like we're putting some additional lighting out there on course. I mean, here at Olympian Hall, it is pretty dark out there. So we'll do what we can to improve the visuals. As you can see in the shot of Werner down towards the town of Steamboat Springs, not a whole lot of light left at ground level, especially when you're in the trees. Christina asking how much time the 50 milers get. They get from 6 a.m. until 9 p.m., so they get 15 hours.
It's like that, like pitch black. I can kind of see the rocks, but I can't really see anything else. Are the, is it the demo still standing there? Is it always the max light setting? I want to say there's like a few brightness settings on it.
Another runner coming in. That looks like a 100-miler bib. That looked like it might have been 6:02 Mallory Logan. I want to apologize. Also, I actually missed two finishers, Michael Wells and Yekaterina Wells, 34:36:05, the two of them together. Congratulations to them. Apologies for missing that a few minutes ago. I want to give you credit for an amazing day. Jake Staples, 34:41:24. We'll see if I can get confirmation on that most recent woman who finished as well. So we're reaching the point where I'm actually getting out of my comfort zone when it comes to runners hitting that final aid station at Mount Werner. Mount Werner is above 10,000 feet, and the runners will be heading down to 6,700 feet here in Steamboat in order to make it to the finish. And it's about 5.8 miles, which should play to their favor. However, you still got to go almost 6 miles, and at this point, these runners would have about 72 minutes to do so. So you're talking about a 12-minute mile pace. For 6 miles, give or take. Maybe a little bit less than that. Not, obviously, far from out of the realm of possibility. We've seen runners make it down, even at the back of the pack, in under an hour. But typically, we've seen runners take about 90 minutes to get down from that last aid station to the finish. Looks like we had a festive leap into the finish there. That might have been Mickey Martin. I'll see if I can get confirmation on that. Yeah, our visibility is pretty much non-existent at this point beyond the flags. Pretty sure that said 488, perhaps. Maybe Rebecca Downey. So, yeah, we had, I mentioned Jake Staples, Jeff Perry, 34:48:16, Jared Sagaga, 34:49:29, and the aforementioned Rebecca Downey, 34:49:40. That brings our number of finishers to 212. couple more finishers coming in. Looks like maybe Crew and Pacer. Our finisher total stands at 212 in the Tortoise race. Brendan Martise, 34:50.58, and Mickey Martin, 34:51.41.
Focus. Exhilaration. Euphoria. Running is dope. Experience a new high. Altra, stay out there.
Shout out to our most recent finishers: Larry Huffman, 34, 54, 56; Juan Parra, 34, 55, 25; and Kate Crosby, 34, 55, 51. I'm going to do a quick count for the remainders between Werner and the finish. Looks like we've got perhaps 24 runners as we are approaching the golden hour here in about 90 seconds. I think that light at the end of the tunnel, so to speak, is messing with our focus. We'll see what we can do to get that cleared up. I know that Zach is on the case down at the finish line. So our most recent runners to hit Werner would have been perhaps Eric Hudson, Jennifer Schultes, Levi Niemanen, Sarah Krakoff. Those are some of the names that we might be watching, trying to make it down the mountain here and cutting things close, because we are now officially in golden hour territory. Right before the golden hour began, we had Heather D'Angelo and Patrick Daly finish. Heather D'Angelo finished in 34:57:14. Patrick Daly in 34:57:56. Looked like that was a 50-miler with a pole malfunction. Shout out to them for pushing through it. All ultras are simply an exercise in problem solving, time after time after time. That leaves us with 219 finishers. This is an astonishingly high finisher rate given the conditions. According to my numbers, we've had 359 starters and 219 finishers. So you're talking a 61% rate before the golden hour began. It's pretty impressive. These runners have been doing a great job all day out there and all yesterday. So kudos to them. We'll be awaiting our 220th finisher, the next person to cross the finish line here at Run Rabbit Run in Steamboat Springs. Once again, special thanks to our sponsors, H2All, one of our presenting sponsors, and Altra, both organizations doing a lot to help make these live streams possible. We're going to try and get that shot back up here real quick. You got to let me know before you're going to put me on camera.
It's the only thing I have.
Well, still give me a waving arm here. Chris Warden here, partaking in some H2All, one of our sponsors here at Run Rabbit Run, presented by Altra and H2All. Again, we are sitting on a total of 219 finishers in the Tortoise race. We have a final total of 53 finishers in the Hare race. 41 men, 12 women in the Hares race. Again, shout out and congratulations to the teams, the two teams who each won cash prizes as part of the team's competition. You had Bramley Trimboli, who finished in first place. This is the lowest combined time amongst two teams. And Becca Bramley finished second in the women's race, and Brendan Trimboli, I believe, finished in the top 10. I can double check that. Brendan Trimboli definitely came on in the second half of the race. Was M11, 14th overall. So both of them finished quite high. And in second place in the team race was Team Condor. That would be Riley Brady and Brian Condon. Riley Brady was the winner in the women's race. They had a final time of 20:29:12. And Brian Condon finished 34th in the men's race, 26:57:16. And there were 18 teams that started the team competition, but only two had intact teams to finish, which I have to admit is a bit of a surprise. I thought we would see, out of 18 teams, it's typically about 7, maybe between 7 and 10 teams finishing, but it was just a year of carnage here. I think that that's going to be the underlying story when people look back at this race. Dan Ryan, my partner for much of this broadcast, did say that he thought they were going to get absolutely poured on out there, and he wasn't wrong. He absolutely wasn't wrong. So Mike, shout out to one of our amazing Drone pilots Mike McTeer made his way into the studio after a long weekend of work out there in some somewhat dicey conditions in some cases, having to deal with some wind, some rain, dodge the fog. So shout out to Mike McTeer and Dakota and Sarah, our other members of our drone team here, for doing a whole lot of hard work out there in what was a kind of a crazy weekend weather-wise. Our most recent finishers, Kate Lewis and Kat Paisano. Kate Lewis finishing in 35:05:57. Kat Paisano 35:08:22. Yeah, if you're running this race and you haven't hit Werner Aid, if you haven't departed Werner Aid yet, I don't like your chances, but you never know. We'll keep an eye out for you. I mean, we're here till the top of the hour. That's a 100-mile bib. I wish I could see getting a hug from race director Fred.
This guy just got his 1,000-mile buckle.
Oh, this is the 1,000-mile runner. I know who that is. Then I have sheets. So if this is our 1,000-mile buckler, our 10-time finisher, that is Doug Kamen out of New Jersey. Comes out to the Rockies. So Doug Kamen, if this is our 10-time finisher, congratulations to him. And I got to say, I got to tip my hat to Doug because it looks like Doug's last finish was in 22 because he had DNFs the previous 2 years. So his determination. This race this year at Run Rabbit, the conditions were much worse than the last 2 years. I mean, maybe they favored a beast coaster who's used to rain and a little bit of hail along the way, but frankly, the fact that he's able to get it done for number 10 when he's had 2 previous DNFs is super impressive. But a shout out to Doug. First ran this race in 2012 and ran it in 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, basically every year. He did have DNFs in 16, 23, and 24, but sounds like Doug comes out here every year to participate in Run Rabbit and now has that 10th buckle to show for it. So congratulations to Doug. Doug's finished 35:10:07. $1,000 miles on the same course. I have not done any race, any that many miles at any single race. I think the most miles I've ever done at a race would be across the years, which is a fixed time race, and I'm probably around 400 miles there. The most number of times I've done a race, I think I've got maybe 7, 8 starts at a couple of 5Ks locally, but nothing like doing a 100-miler 10 times over. Actually, with 13 starts, that's dedication to the craft right there. So, shout out to Doug for coming back year after year, and has now, I'm sure at this point, become a huge part of the story of this race due to his participation. And Doug's finish brings us to a total of 222 finishers to this point. That brings our finisher rate to just under 62% in the tortoise race. In the tortoise race. Much higher participation or finisher percentage than the hare race. By a significant margin. The hare race, we had 53 finishers out of 110 starters. So the hare race had about a 48% finisher rate versus a 62% and climbing finisher rate in the tortoise race. So it looks like, and it's hard to tell because I don't know who might have missed the timing mat at Mount Werner, but maybe we're looking at about 10 potential additional finishers. That sounds about right. It is the quietest it's been at Olympian Hall all weekend, including last night through the overnight, as very neatly very neatly compiled rows of drop bags from all of the aid stations have made their way back here. So hopefully we're going to see a flurry of final finishers here, with about 44 minutes to go before the final cutoff here at Run Rabbit Run 100, presented by H2 All and Altra. We're still here at the finish line of the Run Rabbit Run 100 mile, presented by Altra and H2 All. I'm Chris Warden. I'm going to bring you up to the top of the hour. Hopefully have a handful more finishers in the 100 mile. And we'll see if we can get eyes and IDs even on the 50 mile finishers as well. Got a finisher there with a little bit of hop in his step. Didn't catch a bib. I just saw a 1 at the end of the number. It could have been Philip Adams. Let's... Yeah, I'm pretty sure that was Philip Adams out of Boulder, Colorado. Got a little bit of a lean there, but a finish nonetheless. Congratulations. Another 50-miler finisher right there. Our most recent 100-mile finishers, Josh Kingery, 35:20:49. Michael Chavez, 35:21:42. Philip Adams, 35:26:16. Jason Lotz, 35:28:33. Eric Jacobson, 35:29:28, and David Noble, 35:32:43. Looks like we've got two pacers there. Maybe three. Maybe this is a pacer for an inbound runner. We're at 228 finishers at this point. That brings us up to about 63.5% finisher rate. That's a pretty amazing finisher rate based on the weather that these runners had to encounter out there on the trails. Looks like a family effort here. See if we can figure out who that is. That was Kayla Curtis. Kayla Curtis, bib 472. Out of Lakewood, Colorado, with her first Run Rabbit Run finish. We had Mitchell Cohen, 35:36:38, and Andrew Olson, 35:36:53. come in the last few moments as well. Congratulations to them. Brings our total to 231 finishers. About a 64% finish rate. We'll see how close we can. I don't know if we have enough people still on course to get up to 70%, but we shall see. That would be about another 16, 17 runners. Volunteers, and I saw Fred, our race director, helping runners out as they cross the finish line. He greets them with a hug.
I was figuring break down the set and then kind of get that packed up as best as we can because we can't really break down much of their actual computers.
We've got a team of people coming in as well. Flurry of runners finishing the 50-mile. And looks like we had at least one other 100-mile finisher. Samantha Quathammer at 35:41:03. Congratulations to Samantha. A couple more 50-milers cruising in for a finish. Looks like a pacer and runner. We'll get details on them as quickly as I can. That was Diane Paisano, 35:43:20. I think that is our oldest female finisher so far, 69 years young. Congratulations to Diane. Bib number 676. With her first Run Rabbit Run finish. No stranger to 100 milers, though. So at 233 finishers with about 13 and a half minutes to go. We're at a 65% finisher rate. I see one of our valued team members, Shad Burkles, has made his way back to Olympian Hall. Hopefully is going to warm up after spending many hours out there helping the coverage. Our most recent finishers, Carissa Burlett, 35:45.07. Timothy Pierce, 35:49.45. That brings our total to 235. About 65.5% finisher rate.
Can you say that word from me?
235 finishers to this point. 50 women, 185 men. Ashley Hardick, your most recent finisher, 35:50.50, brings us to 236. Just a handful of minutes, about 6 minutes left in the Run Rabbit Run 100-mile and 50-mile. All runners have to finish by the top of the hour. Sarah Krakoff, our most recent finisher, 35:53.10. It's getting pretty hard to see their bibs when they come through. But we will do our best. Another 50-mile finisher. We shall see if we can have that flannel shoulder move about. There we go. A couple feet to the left. %66 finisher rate to this point. Shout out to H2All and their electrolyte water, keeping us hydrated here for the Run Rabbit Run 100-mile coverage here on Mountain Outpost. I know I have been taking in ample amounts. Water and electrolytes all in one handy-dandy package, and it's those cool little aluminum bottles. We're down to about 3.5 minutes left. I just saw some, yeah, there we go. There we go. Some headlamps making their way into the finisher's chute. Looks like that's bib 1024 in the 50 miler. Let's see if we can get a few more finishers. That might have been Riley Bruce there in the 50 miler. I've got them pulled up as well if we have any last minute DFL type efforts. Oh, that might have been Paul Caruso 1034. I know that these last few runners that are coming in, if there are any remaining in these final 2 minutes, had to be trucking down that hill from Mount Werner Aid. And I really, really hope we've got room for one more. They've got to come down that road, cross that last water. Oh, that is a headlamp coming in. Less than 2 minutes to go. That looked like maybe bib number... It looked like 519 perhaps? I want to get confirmation on that. Love to see. I will get positive ID on that runner's finish, hopefully, here in just a moment. That is a wrap for the Run Rabbit Run 2025. Cheers and kudos to all the runners who participated. I really want to get confirmation on that last runner and give them their moment of acknowledgement and appreciation. But while I hope those numbers will load, I'm going to give our propers. We've got a list of people and organizations to thank, and let's get right into that. First of all, I'd like to thank all of our hosts, Tara Dower, Luke J., and Dan Ryan. Between the four of us, we covered a lot of ground here this weekend, and we hope that you enjoyed spending your time with us. Thanks to our producers here, Jordan Schmidt, Trevor Linton, Connor Dyer. Also, on a personal level, thanks to Connor Dyer for a ride from the airport. Don't know what you're doing at 6 a.m. tomorrow, but also thank you to our filmers out on course. Mike McTeer, Shad Burkholz here in studio, David Usling. Also thanks to our drone pilots, Dakota and Sarah. Also a big thank you on a personal level to our executive producer and live stream manager, Zach Marion, who has been around the course doing all sorts of things. I know he's actually at the finish line right now, getting ready to break things down. Thank you to Fred Abramowitz, the race director of Run Rabbit Run. It is a truly iconic race here in Steamboat Springs, and we are grateful to you and the town of Steamboat Springs, who I would like to thank as well, for hosting us so graciously. I love my time here in Steamboat, and I look forward to hopefully coming back for many years to come. So thank you to Fred and to the town of Steamboat Springs, to all the volunteers, all the runners who make this event possible, all the crews, pacers, supporters, everyone who has taken a moment out of their weekend, all you viewers. And that is going to do it for us here at Run Rabbit Run 2025. But we are not going to be down for long. We will see you next week at Mammoth Trail Fest and the Mammoth 200. A whole lot yet to come here in 2025 on Mountain Outpost and our YouTube channel. We'll see you soon.